Hey guys, good morning everyone. Thank you for joining in. So I guess we'll get started now. Already we have waited, so we have two more participants joined, which is good. Okay, so we'll start and let others whoever wants to join in the meantime. Okay, yes, shall we start, guys? Everyone? Thank you, Kwan. Thank you, Sumadhi. Thank you. Thank you, Indra. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Doug. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, let me open the slides. So welcome everyone to the last day. So this is the last, day of our course. Okay. Just give me a moment. I'll open the slides. Yeah. So I hope my screen is visible, guys, and I hope I'm loud and clear. Okay, awesome. Okay. So let's get started. Again, welcome everyone to day 2 of the analyst course. Okay, and today we need to cover 4 modules. So we have module number 5, which is vulnerability and forensics. Then we'll see about module automation in module number 6. Okay, then module number 7 is about case management, and the last module, again the same module which you saw in the engineer course, it's your dashboards and reports. Okay, so these are the 4 modules we need to cover today. Dashboards and reports, we already discussed, so I don't think I'll be explaining that. But yeah, these are the 4 modules. Okay. Now, regarding a small recap of what we covered yesterday on day 1 of the analyst course. So we started with the introduction of XDR, where we saw an overview of XDR, and then what is the basic architecture we are using, and what are the features, functionalities, and features of XDR, and what problem does the XDR solve. Okay, so we covered that in module number 1. Then module number 2, it was about endpoint. Okay, so how we can manage our endpoints. So why importance of securing the endpoints is there. And then we saw about the endpoint groups. Okay, so how to create groups and then create tags, and then the profiles which we need to create for endpoints, malware profile, um, and then your exploit protection profile, agent settings profile, restrictions profile, exceptions profile. All those profiles has to be created, and then we need to push it to endpoints. Okay, and then the very important thing: what are the different actions we can take on our endpoints? Right. So we had to go to Action Center, and all those options were available on your Action Center. And how do we perform those actions? So we went through that. Then module number 3 was about SQL, and I hope you all are little familiar with SQL. Yes, we need to learn it, right? So we need to understand that a lot. But yeah, I hope you have got a basic understanding of how to work on SQL. Okay, so what are the components about SQL, and how to, if let's say I want to do any threat hunting, what are the basic commands I can use for threat hunting? I hope you all are aware of it. Okay. So yeah, so we went through SQL module. What are the stages? What are the functions, operators, and then what are data sets? What are presets, and then the storage part. Okay. So yeah, so that was module number 3, and the fourth module was about issue group. So alerting and detection. So alerting, we saw about issue grouping, how issues are grouped together, and then the case is created. And also we saw about correlation rules. And then we saw about uh, the case, right? So case scoring, how to score the cases, on what basis, and then about the life case cycle. So in a case management, what is the life cycle? And also few basic customizations in the case page. Okay. So more on cases, what are the different things in cases, everything today we'll see on the 7th module. Okay. So yeah, so that was what we covered yesterday, and I hope you all have completed the 4 labs which was assigned for that. Now, today we have 4 modules and also the 4 labs for these modules. Okay, so let's get started. So this is module number 5, which is about vulnerability and forensics. Okay, so in this module, we'll have an some information about vulnerability management. Okay, so we'll see what is vulnerability management, and then what are the pages related to vulnerability management in our Cortex XDR. So we have few pages, right? So in order to check the issues, and then in order to check the assets. Okay, so all these things we have pages to check the vulnerabilities. So we'll go through that. Then we'll have an introduction to forensics. Okay, we'll see what is forensic and why we need to perform forensic investigations. Okay, how do we perform forensic investigations, and then what are the types of collections in the investigation. So we have 2 types of collection. One is hunt collection, another one is triage collection. Okay, so we'll see when do we perform each of these collections, what are these collections, how do we perform these collections. Okay, and how do we collect the artifacts from the endpoints under these under these collections. Okay, and what are the different pages available related to forensics. We'll check all those things. Okay, and once the investigation is done, we need to close the investigation. Right, so we'll be covering all these topics in this module. So first we'll talk about vulnerability management. Okay, so same learning objectives. First we'll talk about vulnerability management. Okay, now what do you mean by vulnerability management? Okay, it is nothing but the process of identifying, okay, and assessing and addressing whatever the weaknesses are there. Okay, security weaknesses are there on the endpoints. Okay, now vulnerability as such is not a attack. Okay, but it's like a weakness. Okay, so some sort of weakness is there. Those vulnerabilities has to be identified. Okay, so we need to identify those things, assess those things, how how much is the severity of this one. Okay, identifying all these things is nothing but your vulnerability management. So Cortex XDR enables identification and quantification of security vulnerabilities on the endpoints. Okay, so we will be able to know what are all the vulnerabilities available, what are the weakness available on your endpoints using your Cortex XDR. Okay, so the administration of such vulnerabilities is known as vulnerability management. Okay, now vulnerabilities we know are named, right? So we have a CVE number. Okay, all the vulnerabilities, well-known vulnerabilities, they are all identified, and it is assigned with a CVE number, so we can identify the vulnerabilities around the world. Not necessarily it has to be identified in our environment. Around the world, vulnerabilities are identified, and we name it a name with a CVE number. Okay, so that has to be identified. That the Cortex XDR automatically will communicate with the threat intelligence, and all those information is updated automatically. Okay, now if we want the vulnerability management on our endpoints, okay, for that we need the license. Okay, so what is the license required for that? So it should be a pro endpoint. Okay, so that is one requirement. Pro license has to be enabled, and also host inside data has to be there. Okay, so this is nothing but an add-on. So this is the main license, pro license, we know. Along with that, we need to have the host inside add-on. Okay, and also not just getting the license is enough. Okay, if we have a license, well and good, but we need to also enable these license. Okay, now where do we do this? So we do this on the agent settings profile. So agent settings profile, we have to enable this options, right? So pro, just the license, getting the license is not enough. Go to the endpoint, and go to the agent settings profile and enable this for the endpoint. Again, enable host insight capabilities on the agent settings profile. Only then your vulnerability management will work. Okay, so make sure you have this license and you enable these licenses. Okay, now with respect to vulnerabilities in our Cortex XDR, what are the different pages? Okay, so we have something called a vulnerability issues page. Then you have something called the vulnerability assets page. Then we have a vulnerabilities page, and also we have something called intelligence page. Okay, now what are these pages? All these pages are there. What are these pages? Let's explore this in your demo itself. So I'll show you when I go to the lab pod. Right, let me zoom in a little more. Yeah. So where do I go? I need to go to posture management. Okay. Under posture management, I have vulnerability management page. Okay. Now this posture management also has been included newly in your Cortex XDR from your 4.x version. Okay. Earlier in 3.x version and all, this was not there. Okay. But now in your 4.x version, these new options are there. So we need to go to posture management. Under that, I have vulnerability management. Okay. Now, when I go to vulnerability management, I have all these pages. So you have vulnerability issues page, vulnerability assets, vulnerabilities by CV, and then vulnerability intelligence. Okay. So first one is a vulnerability issues page. Now this page, it will specifically highlight. Now let me zoom out little so that we will be able to see the issues. Yeah. So here you can see all these issues are there. Okay. So this vulnerability issues page, it will specifically, somebody got unmuted, I guess. Okay. Let me mute Trung as well. Yeah. Yeah. So this vulnerability issues page will be highlighting all the individual security issues, okay, related to vulnerability. So whatever issues are being generated due to your vulnerabilities, those all are in your vulnerability issues page. Now let me zoom out a little more so that you'll be able to view it clearly. Yeah. Yeah. So on the bottom, so here, yes, the vulnerability issues page based on the severity level, those are mentioned. Okay. But to view all the issues related to vulnerabilities, those are all listed down here. You can see. Okay. So you can click on anything. It will open the side panel and you will be able to view all the information. Okay. Or when you do a right click, again, you will get multiple options. Okay. Oh, so this, uh, yeah. So if I do a right click, okay, no options are not there. Sorry. Yeah. But when you do a normal click, just normal click, not the right click, normal click, it'll open the side panel and you will be able to get all this information from this. Okay. So that is your vulnerability issues page where all the issues are being listed down here due to vulnerabilities. Okay. Then the next page is vulnerability assets page. Okay. Now assets page will provide you a high level view of the total assets which are being monitored. Okay. So which are all the endpoints being monitored, which are all the servers, the devices which are being monitored, all those information. So you can see here all the assets. Okay. So these are all the assets which are being monitored in my network. Okay. So vulnerability assets means whatever assets, whatever devices you have in your network which are being monitored for vulnerabilities, all those are displayed here. So you can see here what is asset category, what is asset type, what is asset name. All these assets are being monitored. Okay. So that is your assets view. Then you have vulnerabilities by CVE. The vulnerabilities by CVE page will list down all the vulnerabilities. Okay. Whatever vulnerabilities have been identified, grouped by your CVE number. Okay. So your CVE description, your CVE number, you can see CVE ID. Okay. So whatever vulnerabilities that have been identified on your endpoints or on your systems, on your network, all those vulnerabilities are listed down here. So you can scroll to the right and see what is the severity, everything, all the CVE numbers, all the information about that, everything is available here. Okay, so all the vulnerabilities identified will be available in this page, vulnerabilities by CVE. That is, they are grouped by CVE, nothing but grouped by CVE or vulnerability ID, you can say. Okay. Then the last page, you have one more page called vulnerabilities intelligence page. Okay. Now this is very important. Vulnerability intelligence. Okay. Now what this will do is this will provide a real-time feed of all the vulnerabilities and vulnerability data from your threat intelligence, okay, from various certified sources. Now, around the world, whatever new vulnerabilities are being identified by the threat intelligence sources, they all are updated here in your vulnerability intelligence page. Okay, now this is a real-time feature, real-time feed. So this intelligence is enriched by the dedicated team, okay, dedicated research team. And yeah, so all the CV information, CV metadata information, and all those are available here. Okay, so around the world, whatever new vulnerabilities are being identified continuously, those are all updated here in this page, and you will get all this information here. Okay, so this is your vulnerability intelligence page. So these are the few pages which are used for your vulnerability management. So vulnerability issues, assets, CVE number, vulnerabilities by CVE, and your vulnerability intelligence page. And this is a real-time page. Keeps updating from your intelligence, threat intelligence sources. Okay. Now, other than this, if you want to create a rule, let's say any vulnerability is identified, what type of issue you want to generate? Okay, so you want to get the issue. So for that, you need to write the rules. You can write the rules for that. Okay, now where do I do that? So under again posture management, I have rules and policies. Click on that, and here I can have the policies for vulnerability management. Okay, now if the vulnerability is identified on the endpoints, what is the issue I want to create? For that, I need to add the policy. Okay, so click on add policy, whether I want to create an issue or I want to have a policy for prevention. I can define that. Okay, let's say I want to create a policy for issue creation. So need to give a name, let's say test, and then next. If you have a description, give a description. Then you need to set the conditions for this. Okay, so we need to configure these conditions for the policy. Once that is configured, you will be able to write the policy rule to create the issue. Okay, so you will get the issue after that based on whatever vulnerabilities you are identifying. Okay, or you want to prevent that. So also you have rules to prevent it or policies to prevent it. Okay, so you want to prevent any vulnerabilities, you can write the rules for that as well. Okay, so both for your issue creation as well as your prevention, you can write policies here in your vulnerability management policies page. Okay, so yeah, so these are the few things we have regarding with vulnerabilities, regarding your vulnerability management. Okay, so yes, let's check all these things in the slides. So yeah, these are the pages. So vulnerability issues page will display all the issues related to vulnerability and your vulnerability management. Okay, there's one page. Then you have assets page. So assets page, it will provide you a high level view of the total assets which are being monitored. Okay, so whatever assets are being monitored for vulnerabilities, they all will be displayed here. Okay, and whatever their current vulnerabilities are there, those are also displayed. Okay, in those endpoints, what are the vulnerabilities identified? That is displayed here. Then you have the vulnerabilities page. So this will display all your vulnerabilities grouped by CVE number and other vulnerability ID. Okay, so whatever vulnerabilities have been identified, they all will be available here. So this is based on the CVE, sorry, this is based on the assets. This is about the vulnerabilities itself. What vulnerabilities are identified, those are all listed on here. Okay. Then you have the intelligence page. Now this is a real-time page. Okay, it is the feed is real-time. So whatever new vulnerabilities are identified around the world, all those intelligences available and updated in this page. Okay, so it will provide comprehensive, actionable information regarding all the vulnerabilities. And finally, you can also write the rules, policies. Okay, so vulnerability policies allow for granular control over creation of issues related to vulnerability. So how you want to create the issue? So what is the factor that should create the issue? What is the criteria that should create what type of issues? You can configure this both for issue creation as well as any prevention you want to do. Okay, so yeah, so that's about vulnerabilities. Okay, next we'll talk about forensics. Now, what do you mean by forensics? Okay, let's assume you have some malware identified in one of the endpoints. Okay, now you want to know more. You want to see, okay, malware was there in my endpoint. What other things have happened on the endpoint? Okay, and you want to start an investigation. You want to search for, let's say, any artifacts. You want to check for any registry files. You want to check for any caches. Okay, you want to do more research about it. In that scenario, we will go for forensics. Okay, not just knowing about the malware. Okay, but I want to do more investigation. So then I'll go for forensic investigation. Okay, so we'll talk about what are the types of investigations that we can do and what are the different things we can collect, what are the types of collection, all those things we'll discuss on this. Okay, so yeah. So an overview. So what is the problem statement here? Okay. So forensics data is fundamentally different from collection of streaming data. Okay. So streaming data, yes, we'll get, but it is more than that. Forensics is more than that. Okay. So what is the solution? Expand and enhance the existing forensic add-on to offer a more unified user experience. Okay. But if I want to go for forensics, I need to have license. Now, what is the license? XDR Pro license, yes, that is required. Pro license is must. Other than that, we need to also have the forensics add-on. Okay, so forensics add-on is required if you want to perform forensic investigation. Okay, so for vulnerability management, Pro and Host Insight add-on was required. Okay, for forensics, Pro and forensics add-on is required. Okay, so if you have this license, we'll be able to perform all the forensic investigation. Again, not just having the license is enough, but we need to enable this in your agent settings profile. If you remember, agent settings profile, there we need to enable the Pro feature as well as your forensics add-on has to be enabled. Only then the endpoint, on the endpoint, wherever we need to perform the forensic investigation, we'll be able to do that. Okay, so for that endpoint, we need to enable the add-on feature. Okay. Yeah. Now we'll talk about the use cases, right? So when are we going to do forensics? Okay. So whenever, let's say, the need is to perform a deep dive analysis, okay, or on the endpoints, uh, more than whatever your EDR functionality is there. Okay. More than that, we need to perform any deep dive analysis. We will make use of forensics. Okay. Then if there is any necessity to identify additional evidence, okay, additional evidence of compromise, you want to know, we'll be using forensics. Okay. If I want to collect any forensic artifacts from the endpoints, we can use forensics. Ingesting artifacts, okay, so we'll use. And if I want to generate a host timeline for your triage operation, whether the nodes are online or whether the endpoints are offline, not a problem. Even if they are offline, not a problem. Later, whenever they come online, XDR will communicate to that and collect the data. Okay, so yeah, and then case management on historical artifacts if I want. Then any unsupported artifacts are there and I want to perform investigation, I can do that. And when new organizations are being added to the domain, okay, and whenever compromise assessments needs to be performed, I'll be using forensics. Okay, so these are a few use cases about when do we perform forensics. Okay. Now, what is this forensic do? Okay, so your forensic artifacts and searches add breadth to the native XDR. Okay, so they will be giving you even more information. Okay, providing lot of insights about what is happening on the endpoints. So yeah, and how do we enable this? So make sure you enable your Pro endpoints and then you also enable this one. So monitor and collect forensics data is enabled. Make sure this one. And where this has to be done in your agent settings profile. Okay, so Pro has to be enabled and then also your forensics data has to be enabled. If this is done, only then we will be able to go to the endpoint, collect all the information from the endpoint. Okay. Yeah. Now, where do we do this forensic investigation? Okay, so we have a page called investigations page. Now, this investigation page will function as a container facilitating the grouping tracking and monitoring of all the evidence collections and artifacts in a centralized location. Okay, so this is where the forensic investigations page is where we will have all the investigations. So whatever investigations we have done, or I want to start a new investigation, everything will be available here. We can monitor what is the status of the collection, okay, whether the investigation is open or not, right? So all these things we can view from a centralized location, and that is forensic investigations. Okay, now where is this page and what are the different things available in this page? So we'll explore that. Okay. So when I go to my XDR management console, the forensics option is available in my investigation and response page. Okay, so let me zoom in a little more. Yeah. So when I go to investigation and response, and then at the bottom, I have forensics. So click on forensics and it's going to bring you a forensic investigation page. Okay, so this is your investigations page where whatever investigations has done already, they all will be listed down. What is the collections, evidence collection status? What is the status of the investigations, whether it is open or closed? What is the name? All this information is available here in your investigations page. Okay. Now, how do I create a new invest? Let's say on my endpoint, I want to collect more information. Okay. And I want to do an investigation. How do I do that? Okay. So for that, I need to start a new investigation. On the top right, I have new investigations page. So when I click on that, it is going to ask me, okay, give a name of the investigation. Okay. So let's say I will give the name as demo, demo. And okay, Friday. So today is Friday. So I will give demo Friday. Okay. Then you have it. If you have a description, you need to give a description. Okay. Then you want to start the collection now itself. You can give save and start a collection or just save it. Okay. Your investigation will be created. Later, we'll start a collection. Okay. Or let's say you use say save and start a collection. It will ask me, okay, what is the type of collection I want to do? Whether I want to start a triage collection or whether I want to do a hunt collection. Okay. Now we'll come to this one. So right now I'll first show you what are the pages created here. Yeah, I'll close that. And once I start an investigation, this is how the investigation page will look like inside the investigation. Okay. So again, when I go back, when I go to forensic investigation, yeah, so this is my investigation created. As of now, I have not initiated any collection. Okay, so no collection done. Yeah, it is still in zero. Okay, but it is open. The investigation is open. Okay. Now when I again open it, again, I'll go inside the investigations page. And this is how it will look like. Okay. Now here inside my investigations page, I have these 4 tabs. So collections, issues, timeline, and key assets and artifacts. Okay. Now what are these pages? Now first is collection. Okay. Now collections will let you know what are the different collections you have initiated, whether I have initiated any hunt collection, triage collection, everything. So again, under collections, you have these 3 tabs. So all, hunt, triage. Okay. If I go to hunt collection, that will display whether I have started any hunt collection or not till now. Okay. Whatever hunt collection I have done or I have initiated, that will be listed around here. No, I have not done. I'll do that. But yeah, this is the option for checking the hunt collection. When I go to triage collection page, whatever triage collection I have initiated, they all will be listed down here. Okay. All means both. Whether I have initiated any hunt collections, any triage collection, everything, both of them combined will be listed down here in the all page. Okay. So that is your collections page. Next, you have issues page. Now, it is not open yet, but yeah, if I click on issues, now I am not able to do it. Is grayed out because there are no issues. There is no timeline, no key assets and artifacts. But when issues are there, okay. Now what are issues is if any issues are there related to whatever collection I am doing, those issues will be updated in the issues page. Okay. Then you have the timeline page. We are familiar with the timeline page. What it will do, it will add all the events. Okay. Whatever events are there related to the collections, whatever events were created, everything in a sequence, in a chronological order with respect to time. Okay. They all will be updated in the timeline page. Then finally, key assets and artifacts. Now, whatever assets and artifacts are there, which are affected, okay, related to my hunt collection, they all will be updated in my key assets and artifacts page. Okay, so these are the 4 pages. Now, as I do the collection, we'll be able to explore these options. Okay, now how do I start a collection? Okay, so these are the basic pages, basic things we need to know. Okay, and I also very important, we can set up the time zone. Now, why this is important is whenever we are doing a collection, let's say, okay, they all should follow a same time zone. Now, I may be sitting in Australia. Okay, I may be doing trash collection or some hunt collection of some endpoints. The endpoints are there in my Singapore. Okay, so they are in Singapore. I am collecting the evidence from Australia. Now both will be in different time zone. Okay, I don't want to get different times. I want to follow a similar time zone, the same time zone, so that I can know what is happening at what point of time. Okay, for that the time zone is very important. So I need to select the time zone properly. So you have all these predefined time zones. So we can select the time zones, and then whatever collection we are doing, it will follow a unique time zone. Okay, and also we can set the timestamp format. So what should be the format of the timestamp? So month, date, year, hours, minutes. So what is the format? That also we can set up. Okay. Then about exports, once the collection is done, if I want to export this information, I want to download the information to my, let's say, workstation, I can do that option here. Okay. Now let's see. First, we'll see how to do collections. Okay, how to do both tranche collection and hunt collection. So how do I start the collection? On the top right, you have the new collection option. So click on that. Okay, so it is going to ask you, okay, what type of collection you are going to do, whether I have to do a trash collection or hunt collection. Okay, now when do we use this is trash collection we will often do whenever we want to collect artifacts from, let's say, limited number of endpoints. Okay, I want to do a collection on one endpoint or two endpoints. Okay, very less number of endpoints, very less number of collection I want to do. Then I will be using trash collection. Okay, that is if any endpoint, let's say, gets infected or any malware is detected on one of the endpoints. Okay, now if that happens, now I want to know what else was happening on the endpoint, on that specific endpoint alone, not in many endpoints, on that specific endpoint alone, what other things have happened. Okay, so I'm concentrating on one endpoint, and in those scenarios, I will be doing triage collection. Okay, so triage collection, it is shown like this, like your stethoscope. Okay, the symbol for triage is stethoscope. Yeah, so I will do triage collection. Now, when I will do hunt collection is when multiple endpoints are related. Okay, when multiple endpoints, I want to do the evidence collection. Okay, in those scenarios, I will be doing hunt collection. Okay, so now I need to select which collection I want to do. Let's say I want to do a triage collection first. We'll explore this first. So I'll select triage. Okay, now once I select triage, it is going to ask me all this information. So it'll ask me, okay, what is the name? So let me give a name for the collection, my collection. So triage test. Okay, give a name for this collection name. Then what is the description? If you have a description, give a description. Then on what platform, whether my endpoints are in Windows or my Mac OS, only these platforms are supported as of now. Okay, so let's say my endpoint is on Windows, so my 3222200, that endpoint is in Windows. I'll select the Windows platform. Okay, then what is the trash type? Whether I want to do it on online endpoints or offline endpoints as well. So now my endpoint may be offline, but later it will come online. Okay, so now it is offline. Okay, right? So I can select both. Let everything. If whether it is online or offline, I don't care. I want to do collection on everything. Okay, so I'll select the trash type. Okay, once that is done, next I need to do the configuration. So click on next. Now here is where I need to do the configuration. I need to define what are the files I'm going to collect from my endpoint. So what are the artifacts now? If you see, so these are a few artifacts. These are all predefined artifacts. Okay, so already artifacts are there. So let's say I want to collect some artifacts, am cache, I want to collect the drivers. I want to collect the event log. Okay. So whatever artifacts I want to collect, I need to select that. Then I have few volatiles, right? So what are the volatiles I need to collect? Let's say I want to collect port listing, okay, or I want to collect the net sessions. These are few volatiles I want to collect from my endpoint. Then what are the file collections I want to do? I want to do AV logs, okay. I want to collect Amcache files, and then any Google Drive logs I want to collect, okay. I can select all these things. Okay. Now, whatever I am selecting, right? Now this information I want to collect in future also, maybe in some other collection, some other endpoint, whenever I'm doing an investigation. In future also, I want to do the same things for some other endpoint. Okay. So what I can do, I can save this, whatever I have selected as a preset. Okay. So I have this option of preset. So I'll select save new preset. Okay. Now I can give a name. So just example. Okay. Example preset. Okay, and give a description and save this. Okay, now whatever options I have selected, it will be saved as an example preset. Okay, now in future, let's say tomorrow I'm coming, okay, and I want to again do a triage collection on some endpoint I want to do, and the same thing, same artifact, same volatile, same file collection, same things I want to select. Okay, now instead of selecting one by one again, I can directly drop down this and I can select the example preset. Automatically, those things will be selected. Okay, now if you see here, this test dogs or list, these are presets which were already collected. So already somebody selected them, selected these options, and they have created a preset. Okay, now I can directly use them. So when I select list, in list, whatever parameters or whatever artifacts, volatiles they selected, they will be automatically populated. Okay, so this is depending on each administrator. So let's say I'm responsible for some things, the same things, everything every time I'm going to collect, I'll create a preset, and every time I come do a triage collection, I don't have to select one by one again. I'll just select from the preset. Okay, so that is your preset. So select whatever things you want to collect from an endpoint. Okay, so that is done. Then you have to click on next, and we need to select the endpoint. Okay, on which endpoint I want to collect this information. So these are the two endpoints as of now for which my forensics is enabled. Okay, now none of you would have configured the agent settings profile if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so in your engineer, no, this is your engineer lab pod. Okay, so none of you would have enabled the your forensics option in your agent settings profile. That's why they are all not being displayed. Okay, now only one, this 32200, and one more, I think this I used last week. Yeah, this one has the forensics option enabled. So pro endpoint is enabled as well as forensics is enabled. Only then it will be listed down here. Okay. Now let's assume I want to collect information from this endpoint, from my endpoint. Okay. I'll just select that. Okay. Just select whichever endpoint you want to collect. Now again, you can see select up to 10 points, 10 endpoints. Okay. So maximum you can go in your triage is 10. Okay. But recommended is don't do it for more than one or two endpoints. So if you're doing triage, one or two endpoints you can collect. Okay, that's the recommended option. But yeah, so you can select the endpoints on whichever you want to perform the collection, and then click on next. It'll give you the summary about what you're doing. You're doing a triage test on one of the endpoints. Okay, so good, all everything configured. Just click on start triage. That's all. Okay, now once I start the triage, now it will start communicating to my endpoint, start collecting whatever evidence I have mentioned. Okay, now you can see here. So under all, my triage test is running. Okay, so this collection is running. Okay, now under triage, if I go under triage, again, whatever triage collections I have enabled, that will be running. Okay, now not necessarily only one triage, I can do multiple triages. Okay, so again, I can go for a new collection, one more triage collection I can enable. Let's say on another endpoint I want to do, I can do that. Okay, so multiple things I can perform here. Next, let's assume we need to also do hunt collection. Okay. Now, how do we perform hunt collection? So go to new collection, click on new collection. This time hunt collection. Now hunt is symbolized using a bow and arrow. Okay. Now when do we do hunt? Whenever we want to collect, whenever we want to do collections from multiple number of endpoints, okay, or multiple artifacts, I will do the hunt collection. Okay. So let's select hunt. Okay. Then once I select hunt, it will ask me to give a name. Okay. Let me give hunt test. Okay. Give a name for that. Then give a description if you have a description. Then what is the platform? Again, in which platform I want to do the hunt collection. So now I'm going to do on Windows. My 32200 is the Windows platform. So I'll select Windows. Okay. Then I have this option of scheduling my collection. Okay. Whether this is a one-time collection, whether I want to do the collection now and that's all. Okay. Just a one-time collection, or I want to repeat this collection every day. Okay. So every day, or sorry, not every day, every whatever hours I'm mentioning, I want to keep on repeating. So let's say every 12 hours I want to perform this collection. So in 12 hours it will collect. Yes. The next 12 hours again it will start collecting. Okay. So every 12 hours. Now the value you should give is 12 to 168 hours. So every 24 hours I want to perform hunt collection. Enter the value. Okay. So how often you want to repeat the collection, you can define it here. Or I want to schedule it. Let's say on Saturday, Sundays, I'm not in office. Okay. And I want the XDR to automatically perform the collection. On Saturdays and Sundays, I can schedule that, right? So at what day of the week, right? So on Sunday, Saturday, Monday, on which day of the week, at what time I want to start the collection, to what time I want to, do the collection. That also I can do, right? So I can schedule when the collection should happen. Okay, so all these options are there. Let's say now I want to do a one-time collection. I want to do collection now, and that will be it. Okay, so you can define that, and for how many endpoints you can perform. So maximum you can perform for 200. Okay, now again, not recommended for all the 200, but maximum is 200. Okay, so concurrently for maximum 200 endpoints I can perform. Okay, then once this is done, click on next. Then we comes the configuration. Again, we need to select what are the from the categories. You have the categories option. Under the categories option, what are the different things we need to collect? I need to define that. Okay, let's say file access or any file search. Again, whatever we have already done will come as presets. Anything I have saved as preset, which I have already selected, right? So that will come as preset. Now, if I, let's say, test preset, which was already done, I'll select that. Whatever I would have defined last time in test preset, those files automatically will be selected here. Okay, I don't have to select these things, these parameters, whatever I need to collect those. We need not select one by one. Automatically, it will be there. Okay, or no, I want to define it now. You can define it, right? So let's say file access. So some things are created by Palo Alto automatically. So I'll select them itself. Okay, and or I want to add a new search, I can click on add a new search and I can define what I want to search, or for file access, let's say. Okay. And then let's say log search, and I need to select something. Again, some or predefined things are there from Palo Alto. I can select them itself, or I want to add a new search, that also I can. Okay. Once you have selected whatever you want, let's say in some persistent databases I'll select these databases, and then some registry search I want to perform. Okay. And that I will select some registries, or already configured registries I have. Okay. So browser history, I want to search. I want to do a collection of browser history. If anything is there. Okay. Or you want to add a new search, you can create your new search. Or let's say system statistics, nothing is there. Remote access, anything is there. But yeah, you get the point, right? So whatever information you want, you search for those categories and you check if already is there or the search is there, you can select. Yeah. And once you have selected the artifacts, again, click on next. Then you need to select the endpoint. Okay. On which endpoints you need to collect these artifacts. Okay. Now, again, the hunt collection is for more number of endpoints. Okay. Multiple endpoints, let's say 10 endpoints, 20 endpoints. On all these endpoints you want to collect, you'll go for a hunt collection. So you need to select endpoints. So again, let me repeat, you need to enable the forensics license for this. Okay, if you have enabled, all those endpoints will be displayed here. Okay, now here in this example, this is enabled for this one. So I'll select this one. Okay, once this is done, click on next. You'll give that summary. Okay, so what are the different things I have defined in the hunt collection? That will be defined in your summary. And once everything is done, you need to start the hunt. So click on start hunt and your hunt collection also will start. Yeah. So this is my investigation page. You can see under all my hunt collection is there and my triage collection is there. Okay. Now when I go to hunt, only the hunt collection, whatever hunt collection I have defined, that will be displayed here. Okay. Under triage, whatever triage collection I have defined, that will be added here. Okay, so under all, everything. Okay, now I need to monitor what is happening, whether the collections are done or not, what is the status. I can just click on here. So here I have given 190 actions totally. Okay, and out of that, if it is shown in green, okay, whatever number is shown is green, that is means it completed, it has completed. Okay, so out of 190 collections, 190 actions, 189 has completed. This red one, whatever is red one, that is failed. Okay, if anything is failed, that will be updated in red color. Okay, now I want to know all more information. Just click on this actions and it's going to open a new tab, and whatever collections you have done, okay, whatever collections you have listed down, everything will be there. So all these files are updated here. Whatever collections I am doing, all these are updated here. Okay, I can check that. Similarly, if for your hunt collection, I want to check what are the different things, you can just click on this actions and you will know what is the status, whether it is completed or not, whether it is pending or whether it is failed. Those you can see the status. Okay, so it is pending now. Still not, the collection is not yet done. It is pending, but it will do. Okay, so you can check the status, what is happening. Okay, and the green color symbol means that is completed. Red means it is failed. And if everything is completed, you will get a tick mark symbol. Okay, if tick mark symbol is there, that means all the collections have been completed. Okay, so this is your collections page. So under collections page, all hunt and triage will be listed out. Okay, now any issues are there related to my collection. So whatever collection I'm doing and related to those things, if any issues get created, those will be updated in your issues page. Okay, then timeline, we know all the sequence of events, all the events in sequence related to my collections, they will be updated here in my timelines page. Okay, and finally key assets and artifacts, any infected endpoints are there, okay, which are related to my collection, or any malwares have been identified, users, network indicators, data access, all that assets and on your mainly artifacts, they all will be populated here. So endpoints, any endpoints, related endpoints which are infected or affected related to my collection, we can see it here. Okay, so these are the main pages available here in your investigations page. Okay, now if the collections, when the collections are done, I have the option to export them. So click on export. As of now, the collections, no exports have been done. So export all, I want to export everything. If once everything is completed, I have the option to export all these things into my workstation. Okay, then I can download it into my workstation. Yeah, so that's how you perform a collect investigation, both under investigation, both hunt collection and triage collection. And once it is done, let's say the collection is done, everything is done, you have exported everything, then you can go to back to the forensics page. Now you can close it. Okay, now regarding closing, I'll come later. Okay, well, first let's explore all these things in the slide deck. Whatever we discussed, we'll explore this in the slide deck. Okay, so yeah, so investigations page, this is the page which is the main one, the forensics page. It will be a centralized location where we will be able to view all the collections or all the investigations that we have done. Okay, now inside the investigations page, once we click on any of the investigation, inside the investigation page, this is how it will look like. Okay, so this is the collections page. So under this, we have 4 pages: collections, issues, timeline, key assets, and artifacts. Now, what does the collection page do? It will be containing a list of all the evidence collection. So whether I'm doing triage collection or hunt collection, all these are listed down here. Okay, so hunt and triages, everything, both combined, will be shown here. Okay, so this is under all. Okay, when I go specifically for hunt, Only the hunt collection, whatever hunt collection I have done, those are listed on here. Okay. So hunts are used to collect forensic artifacts across large number of endpoints. Okay. Multiple number of endpoints are there across all those things. We want to collect forensic artifacts. Then I'll be doing a hunt collection. Okay. And I can click on these things, right? So any hunt collection I have done, just click on this and it will give you the details, all the details, whatever collection I'm doing, it will be opening that, right? Similarly, triage collection. So a triage collection captures a combination of past forensic artifacts and raw files from selected endpoints. Okay. Any specific endpoint you want to collect the artifacts, raw files, then you will go for triage collection. Okay. And if you go to the triage page, whatever triage collections you have done, that will be listed out. Okay. Then the collection results, yeah. So you can click on whatever has been collected. You can click on these things and open all the files. Okay. So results will display a complete list of triage artifact collections and file collections that have been initiated. So whatever we initiated, those information will be available, okay, on the endpoint for specific collections. Yeah. And so that was about the collections page. Next is your issues page. Now, issues page will list down all the forensic issues. Okay, not normal issues, but only the forensic issues associated with the investigation. Okay, so that will be displayed in the issues page. Then comes your timeline page. So timeline page aggregates evidence aggregates evidence users have selected to add to investigation timeline. So whatever evidence have been collected in chronological order will be updated here in your timeline page. Okay. And the last one, assets and artifacts. So any assets and artifacts which are related to your forensics, they will be updated here in the last page. Key assets and artifacts. Okay. So these are the basic things we need to know. And then exports. So exports enable users to download the data collections within a single package. So everything we can download, whatever collections we have done, everything we can download it and have it in our workstation. And from our workstation, we can read about it, what is happening, what is the information in your endpoints, all those things we'll be able to monitor. Yeah, now that was an introduction. Now we'll see how to perform the investigation, both your triage and your hunt collection. Okay. So what is the flow? So first we need to create the investigation. Okay. So investigation page. So create and edit the investigation. Define who should be able to perform the investigations, who should be able to view these investigations. That is your user access. And also you can track the investigations. Okay. Then we need to create the collection. So both your triage collection and hunt collection, you can track the issues, document in a timeline, and also check for group findings or reporting. Okay. Once everything is done, you have collected everything, you have exported everything, then finally we need to close the investigation. So export the collected evidence, track the exports, download and delete the data after that. Once everything is downloaded, you can delete the collection or delete the investigation. Okay, so there's your user flow. Now, again, how to do the investigation. Let's see, okay, how to do the collection. So first we need to go to the forensics page. Yeah. And it will list down all the collection, all the investigations which I started. If I want to go for a new collection, new investigation, click on new investigation. Okay. So when I click on new investigation, it is going to ask me this. So give an investigation name, description, and then when I save and start a collection, it will ask me whether I want to do a triage or I want to do a hunt collection. Select whatever you want. Let's say I want to do a triage collection. Okay. So triage displayed by stethoscope, hunt displayed by bow and arrow. Let's say I want to do a triage. I'll select triage. Okay. Now triage collection, whenever an investigator finds evidence of malicious activity, okay, on a host. What's the next question? The next question is why or what else happened on this host? Why the malicious activity got created and what else happened on this host? The investigator is very curious. The analyst is very curious to know about this. For that, the investigator or the analyst has to perform the collection. Okay. So the investigator collects additional data, which is typically more extensive than the initial data collected during the hunt. Okay. So these additional data items provide a deeper level of insight into the activity on the host. So investigators, they seek a function that allows them to collect all deep dive data at once. Okay, so without manual collection of each artifact type. I don't have to go. Let's say I'm the investigator, I'm the analyst. I don't have to go to the endpoint, collect all the things one by one. No, not required. I'll just start a collection. Automatically, XDR will communicate to the endpoint, collect these information and provide it to me. Okay, I don't have to do it manually. Yeah, now how to do this, how to start this collection. So select the triage collection. Once you select the triage collection, it'll bring you to the general page where we need to populate all these things. So give a name, what is the platform, you have a description, mention the description and type whether I want to do it for offline or online or both, select both. Okay, then click on next. You need to configure, do the configurations. I need to select what are all the artifacts I need to collect, what are the volatiles, what are the file collections. I can select all these things. Okay, or let's say I have a preset where I have already defined about what are the different things I need to collect. I can select from preset, or whatever I'm enabling now, whatever I'm selecting now, I can save this as a new preset which can be used at a later point of time. Maybe next collection I have to collect the same things. I will say I'll use this preset next time. Okay, so yeah, configure your selections, whatever you need to collect, then click on next. It's going to show you the endpoints, whichever endpoints on which you want to collect the information, artifacts. Select the endpoint. Next, summary. Okay, it will let you know that you are doing a test collection and sorry, a triage collection, and then on which endpoint, on what is the platform, all the basic information it is going to show you. Then you need to go for start triage. Once you do that, the triage will start. The collection will start. Okay, so that is about triage collection. Next, let's say I want to do the hunt collection. Again, very similar, right? So we already have seen, explored this. Yeah. Next investigation is hunt. Okay. Now, when do I do a hunt collection, hunt investigation? So hunt is a collection of searches, multiple searches. Okay. So we can choose to run a hunt based on any specific artifacts, or let's say selecting multiple artifacts from the library and combining them into a single search. Okay, so with Hunt, we introduced a revamped approach that enables tracking the progress and status of collections. So whether the collections have been done or not, what is the status, whether it is pending or in progress, all the status we can check. Okay, so Hunt allows for scheduling collections. Again, when we want this hunt to be happening, we can schedule it, and limiting the number of concurrent collections. Okay, so that's about your hunt. What are the use cases for your hunt collection? So whenever I want to collect multiple artifacts in a named collection, okay, collecting artifacts from multiple endpoints based on any specific filter or specific selection, okay, and then collecting artifacts as a specific time intervals or as a part of schedule, right? So when I want to do the collection, any specific time, or I want to create a schedule, I can define all these things, right? And only collect artifacts from a maximum number of hosts, right? So here maximum is 200, not 1000. Okay, so maximum number of endpoints you can collect from is 200. Then this will allow users to save individual searches created for a hunt. That is your presets. Okay, here also we can use a preset and a list of searches as a preset to use them in future. So I can also create a preset now so that it will be helpful for me in my future. So same preset I can select and I can perform the hunt directly. Okay. Yeah, and how to do this? So select the hunt collection, then give a name. What is the name of the collection? What is the platform, description, maximum number of endpoints 200. And if I want to schedule it, or I want to do a one-time collection, or I want to repeat it every 12 hours, or I want to schedule it, let's say on Saturday, Sundays when I'm not in office, all these options are available. Okay. Then I need to select from the categories, what is that I want to, what is that I need to collect, okay? Or I want to select from the preset, or whatever I'm mentioning now, I can save it as a preset, okay? So select your whatever categories you want to search, then select the endpoints, on which endpoints you want to do the collection, select the endpoint. And yeah, if any endpoint is offline, okay, within 4 days, if it comes online, it will do the collection. We'll communicate to the endpoint, do the collection. Okay, but it should be within 4 days if the endpoint is offline. Okay, if no, for 4 days the endpoint did not come online, then it will not do. Okay, so within 4 days, if the endpoint comes online, it'll collect that. Okay, and finally, your summary. Okay, so summary will give you again the information about your hunt collection, and you can give start hunt collection. It'll start the collection. Okay. So those are the steps that we need to follow. Okay. Now, again, what are the pages in your investigation? So you have the collections page, then you have the issues page, okay? Then you have the timeline page, and then finally key assets and artifacts page. So we already have discovered this, right? So what is the collection page? What are the different options available? Okay. And you can follow the actions. So how many actions have been completed? How many are successfully completed? How many have failed? Let's say due to some reason, the collections have failed. Okay, so all those things you'll be able to track. So overview screen provides us with the ability to track our running collections and get a better understanding of their success or failure. Okay, so the actions, this one represents the number of actions needed to be completed. So how many collections we have done. Okay, so number of actions need to be completed in order for the hunting process to be finished successfully. Okay, now if you see this check mark, this tick symbol, okay, then that means all the actions have been completed successfully. Yeah, and also you can click on these things. So just click on these actions and you will get a new page where you will be able to see the status, whether it is success or failed or pending. You'll be able to see whatever collections you have done, whether it is successful or not. Okay. Yeah. And then, then comes your issues page. Issues, as we saw, whatever issues related to your forensics are displayed here on your issues page. Then you have the timeline, all the events in a chronological order, in a sequence of events. They are updated in your timeline page. And finally, your key assets and artifacts, right? So any endpoints related to your forensic investigation, infected endpoints, they will be updated here, and any network indicators, right? So all these artifacts, assets and artifacts are updated on the last page. And also you have the time zone. So you want to set the time zone, very important, right? So since you want the report to have a common time zone, you need to define the time zone. So UTC stands for, I think, coordinated coordinated time. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So you need to select the specific time zone. So what is the time you need to define in your reports? That will be based on the time zone you are selecting. Okay, so make sure you select it. So documenting the timeline of activity is one of the primary outputs of an investigation. So what is the timeline? Okay, so when investigating endpoints on multiple time zones, so maybe endpoints are there in multiple different time zones, it is important to review evidence in a single time zone. Okay, so that we have um, properly we align the activity. Okay, so most forensic investigators set their tools time zone to UTC in order to avoid timeline issue caused by daylight savings. Okay, so investigators need timestamps to be in one of their supported formats so that they can use them in other tools as well. Okay, so it should be unified time, uniform time, so that they understand what is happening at all the endpoints. Maybe in different time zones also, but you should follow a uniform time zone. So use cases, so setting XDR time zone to UTC at the beginning of an investigation and verifying the current time zone setting while performing an investigation. So how to change? You have the option. So just click on this. So click on this value and then it'll show you the time zone and timestamp. Select it. Whichever time zone you want, you can select that time zone. Okay. Then also what is the format of the timestamp? That also we can select. Okay, select both, click on save, and it will be updated with this time zone. Yeah. Yeah. Then once all the collections are done, let's assume everything is done, all the actions are complete, everything is done. Finally, we need to export this. Okay, so investigators need to be able to export the data collected during an investigation. Then we need to view what data has been also what has been exported, what has not been exported, who exported that, all that information is required, right? So that all those things will be available. So what data has been exported, who exported the data, and also we want to track the progress of data export while it is in progress. Okay, so all these options are available. Use cases: saving the data for long-term retention, even the event of litigation relating to investigation, saving data to fulfill a legal obligation for data retention, right? So these are few use cases why you need to export it into your workstation. Yeah, so you can export all, okay, everything you want, you can export, or you want to export any specific collection, that also you can do. Okay, so individually also you can do. And finally, once the investigation is done, you have exported everything, you have downloaded all the information into your workstation. Now it is time to close the investigation. Okay, now how do I close the investigation? So when the investigation is done, just do a right click on it and you'll get the option of close investigation. Okay. Now, if I close any investigation, let's say I have completed this, right? So let me refresh this page. Yeah. So let's say this is done. I have got everything. I have downloaded. I just do a right click and I can do close investigation. Okay. When I go for close investigation, it'll ask me, okay, so corrections have not yet been completed, but that's okay. Close investigation. Okay. When I close investigation, it will be still active. Okay. So it is not active, sorry, it is closed, but it will be available here for one more day. Okay. For 24 hours more, this investigation will be available here. So that within that 24 hours, again, I want to come and reopen this. I can do that. Again, when I come here, I have the option of open investigation again. Okay. So again, it will be open now. So it is not deleted. I'm just closing that. And it will be available here for 24 hours more. Within the 24 hours, I want to delete it permanently. I can do that. Or after 24 hours, automatically it'll get deleted. Okay. So once you have exported everything, you have the option to close the investigation, right? So to close it, just do a right click. You'll get close investigation. It'll be closed. Okay. So while closing an investigation, we'll get a full overview of which information has been exported and by who, right? So if it is already done, in our case, it was not completed, but if it was completed and if it was exported, okay, well, whoever exported, those information also will be available for me. Okay. Then close investigation. Once it is done, this investigation is closed, but it will expire only after 24 hours. So within 24 hours, if I want to reopen it, I can reopen it and again perform the investigation, or no, after 24 hours, it is deleted completely after 24 hours only. Okay. And whatever I'm doing regarding your investigations, your forensic investigations, whatever actions I am doing, whether I'm creating a new investigation, whether I'm duplicating something, editing it, pausing it, completed, deleted, or preset created, whatever actions I'm doing related to my forensics, they all will be available in my management audit logs. Now, where is this logs? When I go to settings, under settings, I'll get this management audit log. So to show you that, so when I go to settings page, under settings, I have the management audit logs. So when I go to management audit logs, all my logs related to my forensics, all the investigations thing, everything you can see. So forensics, just now I closed the investigation, right? So you can see the log here. Or whatever, for all the forensics logs, you can see the type forensics, right? So whatever I'm doing regarding my forensics, those logs will be available under my management audit logs. Okay. And yeah, so that's about it, I guess. Yeah. So that is the end of module number 5, your forensics and vulnerability management. Any questions, participants? Yes, participants, any questions? Or no? If no questions, if all good, give me a thumbs up, please. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. I have 9 participants join. My others did not join. Yeah, thank you, Juan. Thank you. What about others? Thank you, Irfan. Oh, Irfan joined. Others, all good? I hope everything good. Yeah, thank you, Henry. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. So, and these are the 2 labs related to this module, right? So some post inventory and vulnerability assessment, and also you will be checking the collections, triage and hunt collection. Okay. So yeah, so one module done for the day. Okay, so since it was more than 1 hour for the session, we'll take a coffee break now. Okay. And after the coffee break, we'll come and do the automations module. Okay. So I hope a 15 minutes break will be sufficient. So let me put on the timer and we'll see you guys after 15 minutes. Have a good coffee or tea, whatever you prefer. And I'll share my screen. Yeah. Hello, participants. I hope you all are back. Shall we get started with the next module? Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kwan. Yeah. Thank you, Henry Jaya. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Irfan. Okay. So let me open up the next module slides. Give me a moment. Yeah. So I hope you're able to view my screen, guys. And I hope I'm loud and clear. Awesome. Let's get started. So this is module 6 of our course, which is about platform automations. Okay. Now, automations, when I say automations in very simple terms, what is automation? Okay. So whatever we are able to do, whatever actions we are able to perform in your Cortex XDR, okay, everything can be automated. So everything we can make the XDR to do it. Okay. For example, let's assume we want to isolate an endpoint. Okay. Instead of we going and doing the process, we can automate that process. Or let's say I want to run a malware scan. Okay. I can automate that. Okay. Or whatever actions I need to perform manually, I need to go and perform those actions. I can automate all those actions. Right. So that is your platform automations. Right. So in this module, we'll see about the platform automations overview, right? So what are the different tools that we have to perform these automations? And then one of the important tools is your playbooks. Okay. So we'll talk about playbooks, how to um, adopt a playbook, how to create a playbook, and how to edit any playbook which has been adopted, right? So all the playbook catalog things will check. And then what are the few options under instant automations? So we have already predefined automation options. So how do we enable those things? And how do we monitor these execution of automations? Okay. Then we'll talk about the automation rules. So if I want to trigger any automation, trigger any playbook, I can do that using automation rules. And also we'll touch upon marketplace as well. Okay. Marketplace is nothing but like a repository, like your app store. Okay. Where we'll have all the content packs, everything available. We can search from the marketplace. Okay. So yeah. So first we'll talk about an overview. We'll get an overview about platform automations. Okay. Now where we have all these options for your automations in my Cortex XDR. Okay. So when I go to investigation and response, okay, under my investigation and response, I have the option of automation. Now under automation, I have the option of playbooks. Okay. So playbooks. Now what is meant by playbook is the sequence of steps. Okay. The sequence of steps which needs to be followed in the automation process. Okay. What we need, what the XDR needs to check, and what is the step it has to take. Everything in the sequence of events will be defined in playbooks. Okay. So when we check the playbooks, it will be like a flow chart. Okay, so what is happening? What should be the next step after that? What should be the next step after that? All the steps in flowchart will be defined in playbooks. Okay, so we'll be exploring that. Okay. So we have playbooks. Then also we have the option of scripts. So if we want to run the scripts, that also we have, that option we have. Then here comes your automation rules. So this is nothing but your XDR automation rules. Okay. Then you have something called playground. Now playground we will use whenever, let's say, we don't want to implement the automation as of now, but I need to check how it is working. okay, without implementing it, but still checking it, what will be the output, how it is going to work. And let's say I have any script, okay, and I want to just test it. Instead of implementing it, I just want to test it. I can do that in the playground. Okay, so these are few options related to your automation features. Okay, and then also you have the marketplace. Now marketplace, it will provide full access to the content pack elements. Okay, so you have content pack elements upon which the playbooks will depend. Okay, now not necessary you need to have the marketplace for your for adopting the playbooks, no, but you have all the content packs upon your playbooks are dependent on. Okay, so it's not a required element of the workflow for adopting and using playbooks. You can go to playbooks, you can download everything from the playbook catalog itself. Okay, not necessary you need to have marketplace, but yeah, but all the playbooks depend on the content packs. We'll explore that. Okay, so all these provides top level access to playbooks, automations, and other features. Also, you have workroom, war room, and work plan. Now, war room and work plan will be available in the cases and the issues page. Okay, so this also will explore. Then we have access to automations is provided also within cases and issues. So when you're checking the cases and issues, there also we can do a right click, we can enable any automation. Yeah, and also we have all the options available here under investigation and response under automation. Okay. Now, what are the different things available with this? So what is the scope of your automation feature? Okay, so these are all the enabling components. So you can use the playbooks. Okay, so in order to perform any automation, we can have scripts, we can access the playbook catalog, well, where all the playbooks are listed down. So playbook catalog is nothing but like a library. Okay, so the library will have all the existing playbooks, which is given to us by Palo Alto. So Palo Alto has already defined everything, all the playbooks, everything, and they have provided us in the catalog. We can just go to the catalog, adopt the catalog, adopt the playbook, and make use of them. Pretty easy. Okay, so yeah, and all the integrations are there and automation rules we can write. Okay, so these are all the enabling components for playbooks where we can access these things, all these things. So we have the zero context switching. Okay, adoption workflow is there. Okay, playbook editor, if I want to modify any playbooks, war room, work plan, these are part of your cases and issues. Where war room is like a sequence of events. Let's assume I am dealing with something via my XDR, via my XOR, via my XIM. All those things I will be able to discuss in a single place called war room. Okay, so it uses chat ops, okay, where everything can be combined and we can follow what are all the events. Again, it's like a journal. We can use that. Work plan, whatever playbook we have adopted, it'll display that playbook, which step has been completed. You want to check in a real time, which step has been completed, which step has failed, or the whole process is completed or not, or I want to adopt one more playbook. Those things will be seeing in work plan. Okay, and also we have some instant automation options like quick actions. Quick actions, few options are predefined in your Palo Alto, right? So like, for example, isolate an endpoint, or you want to run a scan, right? So a few options are there, we'll explore that. And also we have the playbooks where all the steps, so multiple playbooks can be adopted and we can implement those playbooks. Okay, so yeah, so these are few scope of the XDR automations feature set. Again, continue. Next comes your adoption workflow. Okay, use case adoption workflow. Let's say I want to adopt a playbook. Okay, how it is to be done. Okay, so all the adopted playbooks are available as organizational playbooks. Okay, now organizational playbooks means whatever playbooks you have in your Cortex XDR, which are up and running, which can be enabled, which can be used. They are all organizational playbooks. Okay, we'll see where to check this and how do we enable it, how do we disable it, all these things. Okay, but whatever playbook is there in my Cortex XDR, they are all organizational playbooks. Okay, now whatever playbooks have not been adopted, they will be available in the catalog. So unadopted playbooks are available for discovery in the playbook catalog. So we have something called playbook catalog. We can go to the catalog, search for the playbooks, adopt it, and make use of it. Okay, now what is the procedure for this? Okay, so first we need to go to the catalog, playbook catalog, search for the playbooks. Okay, so search for the whatever playbooks you can, you need to search it. Okay, once you have, let's say, one playbook you got which you feel, yeah, this will be correct, you can just review the details. You can read the details, what each step mean, okay, what is happening in each of the steps, you can review that. Then you feel, yeah, this is perfect for me, I can click to adopt. Okay, so you have the option of adopting, click on that, and that will get adopted. Okay, now before that, if it is asking for any details, let's say some may ask for any credentials, okay, password credentials may be there. So something may be prompted in dialogues that you need to populate, that you need to fill. Okay, once that is done, your playbook is now adopted. Now you can use that playbook as it is, as such you can use. You can enable it in the automation rules, okay? Or you want to duplicate it and modify it and then use it, okay? So you can duplicate it. Once you duplicate, a new copy is created and then you modify the new copy. Let's say you wanted to make any changes in that playbook. You want to add it, you want to add one more step, or or you want to remove one step, whatever it may be, you want to edit it. So duplicate it and then edit it as per your requirement. Okay, or you want to use it as such, again you can use it as such. Okay, so your option. So you have all these options with respect to playbooks. Okay, now we'll see how to do all these things. Where do we check the catalog, all those things, right? So yeah, so first we'll talk about playbooks. Now you have the automations page where I have got the playbooks page where all the playbooks are displayed, right? So now where do we go and check this? So in my, where is it? So in my Cortex XDR, under investigation and response, so let me again zoom in a little more. Okay, so I need to go to investigation and response. Under that, I have all these automation options. So I need to go to playbooks first. Okay, now when I go to playbooks, this is how the playbooks page will look like. Okay, now whatever playbooks are listed down here, you can see here the playbooks are listed down. Okay, so these are all called as organizational playbooks. So whatever playbooks has been created by us, let's say I have built something, or other administrators in my organization, they have built some playbooks, right? Or something, some playbooks have been adopted. Everything is listed down here. Okay, and whatever is there, they are all called your organizational playbooks. Okay, now as of now, I am having 28 organizational playbooks. Now remember, this automation feature, all these things were not there in XDR before. Okay, in your XDR 3.x, they were not there. These have been recently introduced. Okay, from your 4.x version, they have been introduced. Now in your office, in your organization, if you are using XDR, and if you are still working in 3.x, these things you will not be able to find. Okay, so or you have upgraded to 4.x, yes, this will be available. Okay? So these were only available in your XIM products, XOR tools. Okay, only in those things it was there, but now newly it has been introduced in your XDR as well. So yeah, so let's come back to your playbooks. Yeah, so when I click on playbooks, it will be showing all my organizational playbooks here. So as of now, I am having 28 playbooks in my playbooks page. So these are all the 28 organizational playbooks that are available. Okay, now out of these playbooks, how many are enabled? Okay, now we can see the playbook status enabled. Okay, so all the 28 are enabled. Okay, now we can also disable it. Let's say I create a playbook, I can also disable it. For example, this playbook I want to disable. Just do a right click and you will get the option of disable. So when I disable, that playbook get disabled. So it will ask you, are you sure you want to disable it? Yes, I know what I'm doing. I disable it. You can see one got disabled. Now, what do you mean by enabled and disabled is, enable means I can use those playbooks in my automation rules, or I want them to, I usually I can use it. That's all. That's the base. That's a basic meaning. I can use those playbooks and automate things. Okay. If it is disabled, that playbook is still here on my playbooks page. Okay. So that is there in my organizational playbooks, but that cannot be used.
Yêu vui như ánh sáng mà cô luôn tìm kiếm, nhưng cuộc sống an lành.
Sorry, somebody got unmuted. Okay. Somebody joined, it seems. Okay. Yeah. So disabled means just that the playbook is there in my organizational playbooks list still, but it cannot be used. That is the basic meaning. Okay. I can again enable it. Let's say I do a right click, enable it, then that playbook gets enabled. Pretty simple meaning. Okay. So how many have been enabled or how many are disabled? I can know by checking this one. Okay. Then how many playbooks are automatically triggered? Okay, how many are automatically triggered? That will be listed down here. Okay, now what do you mean by automatically triggered is this will let you know how many playbooks have been added in the automation rule. Okay, now automation rule, if any event happens, I would have added the playbook. For example, any malware activity has been identified. No, for that we need to write the automation rules, which will come to that. Okay, but just understand, if I have written an automation rule where I have defined the criteria that, hey, if so and so malware has been identified, you trigger this playbook. Okay, that means the playbook will be automatically triggered due to my automation rule. Okay, so any of these playbooks, if I have added them in the automation rule, that will be how many are added in the automation rule, that will be displayed here. Okay, and then playbook, sub playbooks, that means this number, it is nothing but the number of playbooks that are executable as tasks within other playbooks. Okay, within one more parent playbook, if any sub playbooks are there, that will be defined here as sub playbooks. Okay, so yeah, so this is your playbooks page, organizational playbooks page. Okay, so how many playbooks are already there, how many have been enabled, how many have been disabled, everything you'll be able to view here. Okay, now let's assume I want a playbook which is not there here. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to go and search for that playbook. So where do I search? I need to go to the catalog. We have something called the catalog option, playbook catalog, which is nothing but your library. Okay, so all the predefined playbooks Palo Alto has given us, everything is available in your playbook catalog. So I can keep on scrolling. Again, somebody joined, it seems. Yeah, Pooji. Yes, Pooji. Anything?
Ya, tanggal berapa lagi, Habis migrasi terus, Habis migrasi terus karena di hari ini saya belum balik.
Let me mute Pooji. Maybe by mistake he got unmuted. Okay. Okay, so all the playbooks, the whole library is available here in your playbook catalog. Okay, now if I want to adopt any playbook, okay, I can do that. For example, let's say, what example shall we take a look at? Okay, so let's assume I want to perform or I want to search for a playbook which is for my endpoint. Okay, for endpoint, I want to do some investigation and I'm searching for a playbook for that. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll type here endpoint and enter. Okay, now all the playbooks related to my endpoint will be displayed here. So you can see here block endpoint. So any endpoint you want to block. Okay, so you have playbooks for that. And then block file, any file you want to block on the endpoints, or I want to calculate the severity. Okay, critical. So for that, and then yeah, so you have all these multiple endpoints. Yeah, so you have this endpoint investigation plan. Okay, now let's say this playbook will be useful for me. So I want to investigate an endpoint. Okay, and for that I want a playbook. I want to automate my investigation plan. So what I'll do, I'll just open this one. Okay, once I open it, it is going to give me the description. It is the name, this is the name of the playbook. Okay, and it's going to give me the description about what are the different things this playbook is going to handle. So this playbook will handle all the endpoint investigation actions by performing the following tasks. These are the different tasks this playbook will do. So this will define the MITRE tactics. It will check the host fields, attacker fields, MITRE techniques, that is tactics and techniques. It will check the file hash. Okay, so all this investigation, this playbook will do automatically. Okay, now you want to know what are the different steps. You have all these steps in terms of flowchart here. Okay, so when I click on this zoom out or zoom to fit, this is my whole flowchart. Okay, now I want to zoom in, I can do that. I want to explore each and every step, so I can zoom in slowly. So and I can just scroll this like this. Okay, so this is the playbook, automated playbook here. So where does it start? So it starts here. Yeah, so playbook starts. Now can zoom in. Okay, so playbook starts here. Okay, so playbook starts. Now it will check hunt by MITRE tactics or hunt by indicators, how it should hunt. Okay, then it will have the steps. So should hunt for suspicious. Now you want to know what is this step about. You have this information symbol, right? So just click on it and it'll show you whether to hunt for reconnaissance techniques or not. That's what this is doing. And this will be whether it should hunt by host fields or not. So again, when I click on this, the information will be given. Okay. Then after this, what is the step? So host activity, then hunt by host ID. Okay. Then should investigate attackers, indicators. Okay. Yes, what it should do. Okay. And attacker network activity that has to be identified. Okay. So like this, what are all it should do step by step, everything is available in this playbook. Okay, how it should proceed step by step, everything will be available in this playbook. Okay, now I want to view this image, I want to download this image, I have that option as well. So here, export to PNG, just click on this and this image will be downloaded to me. You can see here it got downloaded. Okay, now in my workstation I can just go through this. Let's say again I want to learn about this playbook. I can just go through the image and understand what is happening in this playbook. Okay, let's assume, okay, this playbook is perfect for me. I want this one. I want to investigate all these things on my endpoint. Well and good. Okay, so what I do to adopt, just click on adopt this playbook. On the top right, you have the option of adopt playbook. I'll click that. Okay, and it will give me the notification that, hey, it is being adopted. Once it is done, you will be able to see the playbook adopt process has been succeeded. That means this playbook is now available in my playbook, organizational playbooks. Okay. Now when I go back to my playbooks, I'll be able to view that. Okay. So where is it? Endpoint, right? And this is my playbook. Endpoint investigation plan. Okay. So this is now available. Okay. Now, but still this is locked. Okay. Now if I want to edit it, okay, I want to, let's say, make some modification. Yes, it is enabled only, I can use it, but it is still locked. That means I cannot modify that. Okay, so I need to edit that playbook. Okay, now for example, let's go for one more playbook. Let's say wildfire. So any wildfire verdict comes, automation should happen. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll again go to playbook catalog and search for any catalog or any playbook which is related to wildfire verdicts. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll type wildfire and search for anything wildfire. Okay, wildfire malware. Okay, so this playbook I need. So whenever the malware verdict comes from wildfire, okay, what is the automation action to be taken? Okay, so this playbook handles wildfire malware alerts. Okay, so whenever the alert from wildfire is malware, I can enable this playbook. Okay, now what is that in this playbook? What are the steps? So playbook starts, it will check what is the verdict, enrichment for verdict, establish the verdict, then whether it is false positive or else, or whether it is false positive or possible false positive or else. For each of these verdicts, what is the steps to be taken? Everything is defined in the flowchart. Okay, let's assume I like this playbook very well, very good, very much, and I want to have this in my environment, this playbook. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll adopt this playbook as well. So I'll click on adopt this. It'll give me the update. What is the notification? So you can see it is succeeded. So this playbook is also available now in my playbook, organizational playbooks. So when I go back to playbooks, you can see 30 now. Okay. Now when I search for it, where is it? Wildfire malware. Now this is also available. Okay. It is also enabled. But as of now, I cannot use this. No, I can use it, sorry, but it is locked. Okay, that means I cannot edit it. Now, how do I edit it? How do I edit the playbook? So what for that? I need to select this, okay, and I need to do a right click, and I have the option of open in editor. So click on open in editor. Let it open. Yeah, this is my editor. Okay. Again, still I can just view this. I cannot edit this. Let's say I want to add any new steps. Okay, I want to do any modifications for this. So these are the steps currently. Okay, so this is what will happen. So you can see here the whole map. Okay, these many steps are there. Okay, I want to add one more step somewhere in the middle, or whatever editing I want to do. If I want to do, I need to go and click on this more actions. Okay, so click on more actions. I will have the option of edit playbook. If I click on this edit playbook, only then the lock symbol will open. Okay, until then, this will be closed only. So if you see here, yeah, these are all logged only. That means I'm not able to edit. Okay, so you can see here. Once after I give open in editor on this page, on this actions, I give edit playbook. Only then, so it will say, hey, you are going to edit it. Yes, detach from this playbook. Now it will be open to editing. Okay. Now let's say I want to add any steps. So you have the task library. So multiple actions are there. So if you want to add any quick actions, so these are all the quick actions. Okay. So, or you want to add any commands and scripts, or you want to add any other playbooks that are already there in the organizational playbooks, or you want to again search for playbook catalog. Okay. All these options are there. Let's say from the quick actions, I want to take out any action. I want to add the isolate endpoint. Okay. I'll just click on add. So this is my isolate endpoint. Okay. So once I click on add, it'll give me the details. I'll click OK. I'll click OK. That that action will be added here. Now where is it? Uh, where is that gone? Let me zoom out. Somewhere that isolate endpoint would have got added. Yeah, here it is. So isolate endpoint. Okay, this is my step. So now when I zoom in, yeah, you can see this isolate endpoint step has been added. Okay. Now where I want to put this in the flowchart, at what point of time, let's say at the end, I want to put this if the malware is there or whatever it may be, just for basic example, I'm saying, okay, I can just drag and drop this at whatever location I want this one. Okay. And I can modify the playbook. Okay. Now the better recommendation is if you want to modify any playbook. Okay. Now this one I'm not going to say. Okay, so no, I don't, yeah, I don't want to save this. I don't want to modify. Okay, now the better recommendation if you want to modify any playbook is first you create a copy of that. So let's say this one. Now you can see the lock symbol has opened. Okay, why? Because I gave the edit option. That's why the lock symbol is open. Okay, now the better recommendation to if you want to change or modify any playbook is to first create a copy, that is duplicate. Okay, so create a duplicate and then you modify that. Okay, now this is a copy. Okay, now whatever steps I want to add, I can do that. Okay, and the modified one you save, then you make use of the same new one, modified one. Okay, why? Because whenever there is any updates, let's say any updates are coming from your Palo Alto, any content updates are coming, these playbooks also will get updated. Okay, and if you have done any modification, that will be overwritten. Okay, so you don't want that. So you create a copy and you modify the copy. Okay, so yeah, so those are few basic things. And if you want to build a playbook from scratch, again, very easy. So you have this build playbook, build a new playbook, give a name. Okay, and then again you have the basic steps. Let's say test 111, just give a name and save. Okay, and then whatever, so playbook starts whatever actions you want. Okay, so let's say you want to quarantine a file, so just add that step. Okay, and you add it. Okay, you just basically drag and drop everything, so all the steps are there. You want to search for actions, you want to write scripts for it, all these actions are there. Okay, so you can create a playbook on your own, defining, you can just draw the flowchart according to your requirement and create the playbook on your own. Okay, and once you do that, just save the playbook. That playbook will be ready. Okay, then you want to use that playbook, you can do that. Okay, so yeah, so that's about your playbooks. Yeah, so let's review all these things in the slide deck, whatever we discussed now. So yeah, once you go to the playbooks page, this is how it will look like. Okay, so this is the playbooks, number of playbooks you have in your organizational playbooks page. Okay, so number of playbooks which have been adopted from the catalog, or your dedicated duplicated playbooks, whatever duplications you have done, and or whatever playbooks your organization has built itself. So whatever you guys have created in your own organization, everything together put on will be your organizational playbooks. Whatever has been adopted, duplicated, or created, everything with total will be your organizational playbooks. Okay, and among the playbooks, whatever is there, how many are enabled, that is this number. Okay, and only the enabled playbooks can execute. Disable, if you are disabled something, you cannot execute it. Okay, so disabling a playbook provides an alternative of deleting it. Instead of deleting it and then let's say you delete it again, you want to adopt it, long process, right? So you just disable it and keep it. If you don't want it as of now, you disable it. Later you want to enable it, that you can do. Okay, so yeah, but whatever are enabled, that will be defined here. Whatever is enabled by you or whatever is triggered by your automation rule, that is this number. Okay, so this will count the number of organizational playbooks that execute based on the automation rules. Okay, and this is sub playbooks. That means it will reflect the number of playbooks that are executable as tasks nested within another parent playbook. Okay, that is sub playbooks. So this is what you'll get in your playbooks page. Now, anything you want to adopt, what do? You click on playbook catalog. Okay, so go to playbook catalog. Once you go to the library, the whole library will be available for you. Okay, and then you want to search anything, search everywhere where you want to search by name description, you can define it. Give the term. Okay, so whatever phrase you have, whatever you want to search, let's say wildfire or endpoint as we use, you can search that. Okay, once you search, the list will be updated here. That is matching your matching your phrase. The playbook will be displayed here. Okay, then you can search, open anything. Okay, and if you check this one, you have show adopted. Okay, if that playbook is already adopted, you will get a tick symbol like this. For example, when I go to my playbook catalog. Now, wildfire we have already downloaded, right? So when I type wildfire malware playbook catalog, right? Where is it? No, it's not coming. Okay, let's search for the endpoint one. Endpoint. Endpoint investigation. Oh, it is already downloaded, adopted, so it is not coming. Oh, it should come still. Let me zoom out a little. But the concept here is, if I check this, okay, if I check this show adopted, whatever has been already adopted will, yeah, so this one will be already there in my playbook. Okay, and endpoint enrichment, this will be already there in my playbooks. And this one, see, endpoint investigation plan, this is what I already adopted. Okay, now you can see the green tick symbol. That means this playbook is already there in my organizational playbooks, right? So whatever has been already done will be displayed by this green symbol. If I check this box, show adopted, means if green ticks is there, that means already it is adopted. Okay, so yeah, so that's what is shown here. So when selected, tiles for adopted playbooks include a green check mark that has been already adopted in my organizational playbooks. Now, any playbook, let's say I feel is good. I want this one or this one, whatever playbook I feel is good, just select that and it will open this one. Okay, it'll open the side panel where you'll get the description about what are the different things the playbook will do, or what are the different things it will check. And also you'll have the graph here, the flow chart here. Okay, so it is all scrollable. You can scroll it up and down. You want to zoom it, you want to zoom in, zoom out. All these options are available. Okay, and then also you'll have the information symbol, so I symbol. Okay, when you click on this I symbol, it'll give you the information. Okay, so the flowchart presentation of a playbook makes it easy to read. So whatever is given in the flowchart, what are the steps happening, you'll be able to know. Okay, then you can click and drag and drop to navigate through the playbook, so you can just scroll everything. Okay, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out as needed. And also you can export the image file. So let's say you want to check the image, check what are the steps in an image file in your workstation, you can export that. And also you have the information icon. Okay, to check what is this task doing. Okay, you want to check the details, what is this task doing, just click on it and it'll give you the explanation. Okay, then if you feel if the playbook is good, you just click on adopt playbook. Where is this adopt playbook? Yeah, you need to just click on this adopt playbook. Adopt this playbook. Once you do that, you will get the notification that, hey, the playbook has been successfully adopted. Okay, so click adopt this playbook. You will get a notification in the on the upper right, and then once it is done, you will be able to view that in the organizational playbook page. Okay, but still it will have a lock icon. Now, what do you mean by lock icon? That means they are logged from editing. By default, you cannot edit it. Okay, by default, you cannot edit it. But if you want to edit, you can do a right click, open it in editor and do the editing process. Okay, now how do we do that? So do a right click and yeah, do a right click, open in editor, and it will open the editor page. Okay, so open the playbook in the editor gives you full access to the task list. Now everything you can again check. Okay, now each task, you just click on each task and you will be able to open the task details panel. Okay, so when you click on any task, it'll give you these details about what the task is about. All the parameters regarding the task will be displayed here. Okay, but still you cannot edit anything. If you want to edit, for that you need to click on this options, more options, and you need to select this one. Okay, edit in playbook. So adopted playbooks are logged from editing by default, but if you want to edit, you need to do this and edit the playbook. Okay, so click the more actions icon, edit playbook. Only then it will get unlocked for editing. Okay, then you want to add any tasks, you want to make any changes, you can do that. Okay, or you want to duplicate the playbook. From here you can duplicate the playbook and then you can modify the duplicated one. Okay, you want to know what is the version history of this playbook, right? So how this playbook has evolved over time. What are the history, what are the version histories of this? You want to know about that? Just go for this version history of this playbook, right? So you'll get the whole history of it. Okay, so you give edit playbook, then you'll be able to do the modifications, whatever steps you want to add, whatever steps you want to remove, any modifications you want to do, you can do. Okay, yeah. Now, what is the best practice for playbook customization? Okay, so better to duplicate and then edit, right? So adopted and edited playbooks can be readopted. So any playbook you have adopted, you have modified that. Again, you want to readopt it, you can do that. Okay, but if this happens, the edited playbook is overwritten. Okay, for example, you have adopted the wildfire playbook. Let's say you have adopted this. Okay, wildfire playbook you have adopted. Okay, now I am modifying this one, modifying this one. Now again, when I adopt this, what will happen? This will get overwritten. The whatever modification I have done, that will be removed, and the original playbook will again be available in my playbook category, organizational playbooks. Okay, so that will be overwritten. So what is the best practice? Best practice is to duplicate the adopted playbooks and then edit the duplicate. Okay, for example, I am having a playbook. So playbook 1, let's say. What I'll do, I'll duplicate it and name it as playbook 2. Okay, now when I'm again adopting, only this will be overwritten. Whatever modification I have done, that will be with me as such. Okay, so whatever modification I've done, that will be with me as such. When I'm readopting it, only the older one will get adopted. Older one will be overwritten. Okay, so that is your best practice. So always, if you're doing any modification, you duplicate it and then do the modifications. So disable and also disable playbooks that are not intended to be operational, right? So whatever playbook you feel these are not required as of now, you better disable it. Okay, so that is better. So this is the best practice for your playbook customization. Okay, so yeah, so that's about the playbooks. Now we'll talk about automations, instant automations, right? So how we can automate these things, how we can make use of these playbooks, as well as there are few predefined automations which you can directly use. How do we enable those things? Okay, so now if any automation is there, or we have already enabled automations and it is being triggered by any issues, where do we check this is? So when I go to my cases page, now let me show you this. So when I go to my cases, yeah, cases and issues, cases. Okay. Yeah, these are all my cases. Okay. Now in my cases page, in the overview, now this, what is a case? Case is nothing but multiple issues, multiple similar issues combined together to form a case. Okay. So a case will have multiple issues. Okay. Now in my case, if any issue has initiated any playbook or triggered any playbook. Okay, where I will be able to view is when I go to overview. Okay, and under my automation. So here I have this automation option. Yeah, so you have my automation. Now in this case, there are 1,000 issues. Okay, and in 1,000 issues, if any issue has triggered any playbook, that will be available here under automation. So here you can see automation. 1,000 issues did not trigger any playbook. Okay, so for all the 1,000 issues, there were no playbook enabled. So nothing was automated. Okay, now when I go to some other case and go to overview, whether this has 25 issues, and those 25 issues again did not trigger any playbook. Okay, now here I will be able to know whether any playbooks were triggered or not. Okay, now yeah, if anything was triggered, that also will be displayed here. So now for example, the first one, some error was there, so let me open this one. Okay, now and when I go and check the overview, let me pin this one. Yeah, now in this case, what is the automation update? Still it is loading because there were some issues. The automations were enabled. That's why it is loading. Let's explore. Yeah. So you can see 22 playbooks with errors. So some 22 playbooks out of the 450 issues, 22 playbooks. Now this is all wildfire malware. Maybe I enabled it, I guess. Maybe those are showing. I think I deleted it and again I readopted it. I think that's why they are showing the errors. Okay. So yeah, some playbooks were enabled. Okay, so whatever playbooks were enabled due to the issues, they will be updated here. If no issues triggered any playbooks, it will show as, hey, no issues triggered any playbook. Okay, so I can view these things in the cases page. Okay, so if any issues did not trigger a playbook, that will be, or if any playbooks were completed, they were triggered, they also will be updated in your overview tab. So when I go to my overview tab, this is the information I can get. Okay, now if I want to trigger any automation, okay, for any of the issues I want to trigger, how do I do that? Okay, so I can go to cases and issues, cases, go to my issues and insights page. Okay, and I have the option of run automation. Okay, so run automation, when I give select automation, it will ask me, okay, which automation to do. Out of this, I have few quick actions. I can take any of these quick actions, or I want to trigger a playbook, that also I can do. Okay, now to show you this, for example, let's say, yeah, in this case, there are 1,000 issues, or let me go to this one. Yeah, there are 25 issues. Okay, and none of the issues triggered any playbook. So what I'll do, I will go to issues and insights. Now, one of the tabs is issues and insights, where I will be able to view all the issues. Whatever issues were combined to create this case, all those issues are available here. Okay, now let's assume one of these issues should trigger the playbook. So what I need to do, I can do a right click. Okay, and I have the option of run automation. So when I go for run automation, I need to select the automation and it's going to give me all these options. Okay. Now there are few quick actions which I can directly select, or I can select one of my organizational playbooks. Okay. So whatever playbooks I have, which I have created. Okay. So these are all my organizational playbooks. Any of these things I want to trigger, or I want to trigger from my quick actions. For example, let's say I want to run a malware scan. Okay, or I want to isolate an endpoint. I can select isolate endpoint. Okay, so select the action on which one I want to do initiate host. Yes, I want to do it the isolate endpoint on my initiator host. Okay, now I'll click OK. That automation is created. Okay, now whenever this type of issue comes up, automatically the isolate endpoint automation will be triggered and my endpoint will be isolated. Okay, pretty simple. Or let's say I want to run automation, select automation. I want to run any of the playbooks. Okay, so these are my playbooks, organizational playbooks. For example, let's say what did we configure? We downloaded the wildfire. Yeah, wildfire malware we adopted. right? So from my catalog, I adopted this wildfire malware and I want this one to be enabled. I'll just select this one. Okay, so select this, click OK, and that automation will be triggered. Okay, now whenever this issue gets created, my wildfire malware, again, that's just example I'm saying, it is not a compatible one, but yeah, that automation will get triggered now. Okay, that playbook will be triggered, and whatever steps I have defined in that playbook, that will happen step by step. Okay, so this is how you can enable the playbooks according to your issues. So yeah, so we need to do a right click on the issues, run automation, select the automation. Whether I want to do it from any of the quick actions, I can directly select, which is, these are all predefined by Palo Alto, it is predefined. Okay. Or I want to select from any of the organization playbooks, I can select that. So select where you want to run the malware scan. Let's say malware scan, select it, click OK. And now whenever that issue gets generated, it will automatically run the malware scan on the endpoint. Okay. Or any specific playbook, I can enable that as well. Okay. Now, how do I monitor the execution of automations? Where do I monitor this? Okay. Now, for this, we have some interesting tools. So we have two tools called War Room and Work Plan. Okay. Now, these are available on the issues details page. Okay. So, issues details page. Right? Whenever I go and check the issues, there I will get the War Room and Work Plan. Okay. Now, what is this War Room? Now, War Room is nothing but it will give you all the events. You can consider it as a journal. Okay, so it will have all the events, whatever we are doing with the issues. Okay, whatever related to automations, obviously. Okay, all the events related to automations will be updated as a journal in your War Room. Okay, now I may be dealing with different Cortex products like um, your Cortex XDR that we are using, or I may be using Cortex XIM, or I may be using Cortex XOR, right? So if all these tools are there, whatever events are happening in all these tools, everything combined will be available in my War Room. Okay, so it will unify the framework for logging automation activity across your Cortex platforms. So we can communicate in your War Room that, hey, this is so and so automation steps has been taken. All these communication can happen, right? It uses chat ops. Okay, so it will provide the ad hoc execution of commands and scripts. So whatever commands and scripts has been executed, that will be displayed. Provides a messaging and casebook collaboration function. So messaging option is there. Okay, and includes quick action and playbook activity reporting as well. Okay, so that is your War Room. What about your work plan? The work plan will have the playbook. So if we have triggered any playbook, that whole flow chart will be available there. And also we'll be able to see real-time updates, what is happening, which step has been completed, which step has got failed, all those things, right? So this is based on the associated playbook, whatever playbook we have associated, and it will display the playbook flow chart as well. So we can check the real-time status and summary status of completion, okay, and enables you to select and run a different playbook. Let's say I want to trigger one more playbook. That also I can do via a drop-down selector, okay, and make sure you note quick action activity is reported to the War Room, but is not relevant to the work plan tab. Okay, so quick action will be available in your War Room, not in your work plan. Okay. Yeah, so this is how your War Room will look like. Okay, so this is for the issues. Now, when I go and check the issues, for the selected issue, when you do a normal click, not the right click, but when I do a normal click, it will show me a War Room. So overview will be there, issue info will be there, War Room, and then also work plan. War Room, as we know, it will be a journal. So all the commands, whatever commands have been executed, all the scripts, and also communication with the other products, all those will be available as a journal in your War Room. Okay. Work plan will have the playbook. So this is the work plan tab. This will have playbook. So whatever playbook we have triggered, that flowchart will be available here. Okay. So if I want to know what is each step doing, okay, I can check that. Okay. So, and also I want to run some other playbook. Okay. I want to trigger another playbook. You'll have the drop down and you can select the playbook, right? So playbook selector button and menu enable you to select and run a different playbook. I can do that as well. Okay. I want to rerun this playbook itself. I can do that. Okay. And whatever tasks have been done, whatever has been completed, whatever error has been done, they all will be updated here, right? So any task errors or run stops will be indicated graphically at the task level. Okay. And you have the information option, obviously. So you can click on that to check what is the summary of the task. Okay. And if everything is completed, all the steps are completed in the playbook, you will also get the success notification. Okay, so this is how your work plan is going to look like for the issues. For individual issues, this is how it will look like. Okay, so that is about war room and work plan. And all these actions, whatever actions I have done regarding your playbooks, everything will be available in my action center. Okay, all the actions. So you can see XIM automation or any XDR automation we have done from XDR or anything from XIM we have done. All those actions are available in my action center. Okay. And for example, let's say any endpoint I isolated, that is the automation I gave. Okay. Any malware is identified, you isolate the endpoint, that is the automation I gave. I can go and check on all endpoints. Okay. And if this is the symbol, that means that endpoint is isolated. Okay. So I can check the status of the endpoint. So whatever action I'm giving, I can check the status. And this example, I have given the isolate endpoint action automation. Okay. So I'll be able to see this symbol that, hey, this endpoint has got isolated. Okay. Next is about the automation rules. Now, here what I did, I just went to the issue. After the issue is created, I created the automation. Okay. Now, one more way is by configuring the automation rules. Okay. Now, in automation rules, I need to define the criteria about when an issue is created or what type of issue when created, the playbook should be enabled. Okay, if a wildfire verdict is coming as malware, you enable the automation. Like that, I need to configure the criteria. Till now, what I did, I went to the issues, and for the issues, I enabled the automation. Now, what I can do, I can also write the automation rule. Okay, now how do we write the automation rule? So for this, so we need to, in the automation rule, we need to specify an action to take on issues, right? So what is the criteria? To match the specific condition and write results to the automation audit log. Okay, so where do I check the rules? So we need to go to investigation response. Under automation, we have automation rules. There I will be able to view all the automation rules. Okay, but the better way to create an automation rule is by going to the playbooks. Okay, and for that playbook, I can write an automation rule. In my automation rules page, I can take these actions. I want to disable anything. I want to delete anything. I want to enable anything that I can do in my automation rules page. But how do I write the automation rule? By going to the playbook page. Okay. Now to show you this. Uh, so where are these rules? So when I go to my investigation and response, I have the automation rules here. Okay. So I can perform various actions. Let's say I want to do a right click. I can do all these actions. Okay. But how do I write this automation rule? For that, go to playbooks. Now, let's say I want to write a rule for this one, wildfire malware. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll open this one. Okay. I'll open this open in editor. And I need to click on playbook starts. So where the playbook starts, I need to click on that. Once I do that, I'll get the details here on the right hand side. Let me zoom in little. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. So I click on this, it'll show me this side panel. Okay. Under that, I have the option of automation rules. Okay. Now I'll go to automation rules and I'll say add a rule. Under automation rules, I have add a rule. Okay. Now when I click on add a rule, it will show me this. Okay. Now I have to define a criteria. If the criteria matches and the issue is generated, then this automation rule or this automation will be automatically triggered. That's the basic thing. Okay. That's what I'm trying to explain. If I want this wildfire malware automation to be triggered, just go to this playbook page, click on the playbooks starts icon, add a rule. On the right hand side, you have add automation rule. Click on add a rule and you need to define the rule here. Okay. So let's say I will write test rule 1. some name I'm giving. Okay. And you can enable the status. So yes, this rule should be active. I will enable it. Or I just want to create the rule as of now. Maybe whenever I want to enable it, I can enable it. And in the meantime, let it be disabled. Okay. I can define that. Okay. Let's say I want this to be enabled. Okay. Next, I want to define the criteria. What type of issue should be generated so that this playbook will be triggered. Okay. That criteria I need to define here. Now, how do I do that? So select the field, define the criteria. Let's say I want to do it based on the severity. Okay, so severity, whenever the severity is high or critical, okay, I'll select that. Then whenever and some other parameter I want to select, let's say, what should I do? Any hosts? Okay, let me type host. Target host, host, when the host name has 32200 in it. Okay. And then I can keep on adding the criterias. Okay. So let's say, and if it is from wildfire, or let's say source, or uh, source is there. What is the source? All these sources are there. Or let's say category. Well, let me define the category. What is the category? Any category I want to define. Okay. So, okay. Now let's not add this. Yeah. Let it empty. Okay. Okay. So whatever criteria I'm defining. Okay. If the issue matches that criteria, this will not come. Okay. Let me leave this. Yeah. No, I don't want this. Oh, I should have canceled this on the right hand side. Sorry, I canceled the left one. Okay, so I need to define the criteria again. Let me first. Okay, so based on severity, critical, and then and one more criteria, host. Yeah, as I type the host one. Yeah, just for example, I'm giving you. Okay, host should have the value 32200. Okay, if the issue gets created from this host, if the severity of the issue is critical, or I can keep on adding the criteria. Okay, define the criteria. Okay, and then create. Once you create, and if the issue matches this criteria, automatically this playbook will be triggered. Okay. Now, when I go to automation rules, this rule will be available. This rule will be there. Yeah, this is the one, right? Test rule one. So wildfire malware. So if the issue which gets created has this criteria, matches this criteria, automatically for all those issues, this playbook will be triggered. Okay, so now I want to do any modifications. I want to edit the rule. I want to edit the playbook. I want to disable this. I want to delete this. All these actions are there for my automation rules. Okay, so yeah, that's how you create the automation rules. So yeah, so go to the playbook, click on the playbook start symbol, and you'll get the side panel. And on the side panel, you'll have the option of add a rule. Click on add a rule. Then configure the criteria. Okay, so create a filter for target issue properties. And once it is done, click create and your rule will be created. Okay, and once the rule is created, whenever any issues comes, it will match the automation rule. Automatically, it will trigger the playbook. Okay, so yeah. And the last part is the marketplace. Now, what is marketplace? Again, it's nothing but like a repository. So, for example, if you want to take an analogy, it's like an app store. Okay, or Apple Store, App Store, Play Store, whatever it may be. Okay, so where you can go into the Play Store, into the App Store, you will be able to view all the applications. Okay, and you want any applications, you can download those applications and make use of it. Similarly, Marketplace is like a app store which will have all the content packs. Okay, so content packs will be there, which will include the integrations. Let's say you want to integrate with Microsoft Teams, you want to integrate with Slack. Okay, so all those integrations will be there, and along with that, whatever playbooks are required for those things, playbooks will be there. And you want to have scripts, you want to download the scripts, everything is available in the marketplace. Okay, so adopted playbooks and their dependencies are downloaded in the background as content packs. Okay, so playbooks is like, you can say, a subset of content packs. Okay, so they depend on content packs, and whenever you download the playbooks, adopt the playbooks, it is part of the content pack only. Okay, which is from the marketplace. So analyst interactions with the marketplace are largely transparent. Okay, a single content pack may include multiple playbooks and other supporting elements. I'll show you how more what that is, right? So, and then individual playbooks may be including dependencies on integrations as well, okay, with any third-party products and other elements that are part of additional content packs. So marketplace, it will provide you visibility into content download to the system. It'll extend the unification of automation framework across other Codex products, right? Now, where is this marketplace? You have a dedicated tab for that. So when I go to the menu, in the main menu, I have a dedicated place called marketplace. So when I click on marketplace, my whole marketplace will open. Okay, now all these are available in marketplaces. Okay, now again, this is a newly added one in Cortex XDR. So it'll keep on getting updated. Okay, now you want to search for any specific content packs, you can do that. Okay, and for example, let's say any content pack you're checking. So let's say Azure, you want to check Azure. So Azure has one integration in it. Okay, so anything, let's say I want to check for Cisco. So click on Cisco, it'll show you the details. Now, when you click on any of the content packs, it'll show you the page here. Okay, and under that you'll have the details page, your content page, your dependencies, and then version history. Now, details page will show you what are the available content packs here. So what are the integrations available here? How many playbooks are there? So under this one, you have two integrations. Okay, so one is for Cisco Secure Malware Analytics, Cisco Malware Analytics Suite. These are the integrations. So you want to integrate this, you can do that. Okay. Now again, when you want to integrate, it'll ask you for your API. That is nothing but API integration. Okay. So it'll ask you for the your authentication. What is the authentication required? So those things has to be populated, and also it has two playbooks. Okay, so what are the playbooks here? So these are the two: detonate file, detonate URL. These are the two playbooks coming under this content packs. Okay, so details will give you the basic details about what the content pack is about. Then content, what are the contents integration and playbooks, or any scripts is there, those you will be able to view. Then if any dependencies are there under this one, those dependencies will be shown here. Okay. And then finally, version history, how this content pack has evolved over time. So what were the different versions released prior, and how it has got improved, and what is the current version now. The whole history of the content pack will be available here, right? So like Cisco, multiple content packs are available. The more common one is common playbooks, I think. Yeah, common scripts, right? So it will have many multiple scripts. So yeah, so you can check all these things, all the marketplace. Again, a library, you can explore these libraries. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, Microsoft Teams, you want to integrate, those integrations will be available here. So it has two scripts, three integrations. Okay, so you want to integrate with Microsoft Teams, that integration will be available. So yeah, so that's about it, guys. So this is under automation in feed integration. So that is available under settings. Under settings, under configurations, when you go, all your automations, whatever integrations you want to do, that is available here. Okay. So yeah, so that's about it. Marketplace. And yeah, so if you have adopted any playbooks, okay, to which content pack they belong to, they are also available as a column. So when I go to my playbooks, under investigation and response, and I search for playbooks, to which content pack these playbook belong to, let's say the predefined ones, whichever we have adopted, you'll have a common column called content pack. Yeah, you can see here content packs. Okay, to which content packs those playbooks belong to, those are all displayed here in a separate column. Okay, so the content pack associated with the playbook is listed in the content pack column. Okay, so on the investigation response, you have the playbooks. On the playbooks page, you have a dedicated content pack column, so you can check that. And under marketplace, you'll have all the content packs. So anything you can select, and you'll get the details page, where here there are 5 playbooks under this content pack. Okay, a set of 5 playbooks are associated. When one of the set is adopted, all the content in the content pack is downloaded to the system by default. Okay, when any one playbook you adopt, other playbooks also get adopted automatically. Okay. Then in the content page, what are the playbooks that are listed on? Okay, and if any integrations are there, those will be listed on. Whatever is the content of the content pack, everything is available in this page. Then the version history, it'll give you the history, the whole history of how it got evolved, right? So it will display information about all the available versions of the content pack currently available, and those which were previously released. The whole history will be available with you. Okay. Yeah, and the last slide, takeaways, right? So what are the takeaways with respect to marketplace and what and the playbooks? So analysts often may not have permissions to the marketplace, right? So you need to define which administrators or which analysts should be able to access the marketplace, who should not have access. You can define that on or for the user accounts, okay? And regarding your playbooks, whatever playbooks you are duplicating, okay, will not be updated due to your content pack updates initiated from the marketplace. So any playbook you have, let's say you have playbook one, sorry, you have some playbook one, you are duplicating it, creating a new copy. So let's say this name is playbook two. Okay. Now this will not be updated whenever any content pack updates is happening from the marketplace. Okay. So since you have duplicated it, it will not be updated. Okay. Any modified ones are there. So let's say you are adopting a playbook, let's say playbook 5. This is a adopted one. Okay. And it is unlocked, will not be overwritten. Okay. If you are doing any content pack updates, any updates are happening, this will not be overwritten. Okay. But if readoption is done, okay, that case, it will override the adopted one, already adopted one, and which one you have modified it. So you have adopted this playbook, you have modified this. Okay. Now any updates are happening, this will not change, not a problem. Okay. But if you are re-adopting it again, then whatever modification you have done, that will go away. Okay. So that we need to understand. Unmodified will be updated automatically due to the updates. Okay. So let's say you have adopted a playbook, you have not modified it in any way, you're just using it, and any content pack updates are happening. Okay. Then it will be modified, that will be adopted, sorry, updated, not automatically. Okay. Or reversions initiated from marketplace, that will be updated automatically if you have not modified it. Okay. So these are few basic things that we need to know about your playbooks and your marketplace, and that's about it, I guess. Yeah, that is the end of module number 6, guys. Any questions from this? Yes, participants, any questions from module number 6? Or no? If all good, give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Irfan. Thank you. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Means a lot. Okay. So these are the labs that you'll be doing related to your automations module. Okay. So these two labs are there. And that's about it. So 2 modules done. What is the time? It is almost 12. Okay. Shall we go ahead with the next module? Yeah. Is it okay? Shall we go ahead with the next module? Or you want to break? Henry says okay. Yeah. So one more module is that a bit. It will take somewhere around 40 minutes or 45 minutes, and but it will be into the, yeah, it will be obviously correct for lunch. Yeah. So we'll complete the next module and then we'll go for lunch, guys. Okay. I hope that is okay. I hope I'm not uh, stretching you guys. Just this one module, and once this is done, we'll be completing the course, right? So let me quickly share my screen. Let me have some water. Give me a moment. I have some water. Yeah. And let's share my screen. Yes, guys, let's get started. Hmm. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible. This is module number 7 of our analyst course, which is about case management. Okay. Now here we'll understand what is a case. Okay, how the case is created. What are the um, what is the threshold for a case, how the cases are combined, put together to create a case, and what are the different options in case page. Okay, everything we'll go through in this module. Yeah, so first is about introduction to case management. Okay, now what is a case? Now case is nothing but a single self-contained object that groups related issues, assets, and artifacts which are coming from a common root cause. Okay, now what do you mean by that? Let's say we have our management console. Okay, and this is a management console, or you can say XDR management console. Multiple endpoints are there. Okay, and all those endpoints which are having the agent software, they are generating issues. So they are identifying events. So some detection is happening, some prevention is happening, and they are all sending issues now. Okay, or let's say I am having some IOC rules, I am having BIOC rules, and then I am having correlation rules. Okay, or the verdicts from the wildfire. Okay, all these are going to generate issues. Okay, and those issues are now available in my XDR. Okay, now what you are going to do is find the common root cause. Okay, whatever similar issues are there, whatever issues are coming, they are put into cases, and these are nothing but containers. Okay, so similar issues you put together into containers. Okay, so what are the components of these cases? Cases, again, also called as incidents. So initially they were called as incidents. Now the new terminology is case. Okay, so the components of cases are issues, assets, and artifacts. So all this information will be there in the cases. Okay, now what is a threshold for cases? How these cases are created, on what is the threshold? Okay, so the threshold is, there are three threshold cases. One is if there are 1,000 issues. If 1,000 issues combined, put together in the case, that's all. No more issues, the case will be taken. Okay, that means no more issues will be added into the case. For example, let's say one issue comes. Okay, let's say an issue is generated, that issue coming to the XDR management console. The XDR will check, okay, to which container does this issue match to? If it matches to any one of them, it will take that issue, put that in that container. Let's say none of the containers are now there which is matching this issue. So what XDR will do, it will create a new container or a new case, and it will put this issue as the first issue in this container. Okay, then in future more and more issues are coming, more and more alerts are coming. If it is matching this one, it will add in this one. Okay, matching this one, add in this one. Okay, so like this, it will keep on adding the issues in the container or in the case until when, if 1,000 issues are added in the case, that's all. Any new similar case coming again, it will not add to this container. It will create a new container and it will add that issue into the new container. Okay, so the threshold is only 1,000 issues in the container, in the case, no more than 1,000 issues. Okay, so that is one threshold. Another threshold is, the second one is 30 days. Okay, so for 30 days, the case will take up issues. For example, let's say this container, it got created today. Now, what is the date today? Today is 21/11. Okay, 25. This case got created today. Okay, now issues are coming. It will keep on adding the issues here. Okay, and let's say some 550 issues are there in this. Okay, now let's say the next month, 21/12/25. This is the date now. Okay, after this date is reached, and there are some 450 or 550 issues are there. After this date, again, any similar issues coming, that issue will not be taken. A new case has to be created and that case will take up the issue. Okay, so that means what I'm saying is the case will take up the issue only for 30 days. If the case is 30 days old, no more issues will be added into that case. That is another threshold. Okay, then you have this. So this is threshold number 2. another threshold is there, which is about the 14 days, where if let's say a container is created, let me remove this state. Okay, let's say this container is created on 21st. Okay, and some issues are added. Okay, well and good. Okay, then for 14 days, no similar issues were identified. Okay, that can be put into this case. Okay, no similar issues were there that can be added into this. That means for 21, from 21, what will be the date? 03/12. I think 14 days. Yeah, the gap is 14 days. For 14 days, no new issues were added into this container. After that, on the 15th day, let's say on 5th to 12th, a new issue was there which matched this container. No, the container will not take it. For that, a new container has to be created and that container will be added with that issue. Okay, so for 14 days, for a gap of 14 days, the case did not receive any similar issue. After that, it's not going to take up any issue. Okay, so these are the threshold for cases. How a case is created and when the case is going to stop taking any more issues. Okay, then you have case domains. Okay, now what are case domains? So you have three domains. So one is your severity domain, or security, sorry, not severity, security. One is security domain, then you have the health domain, and then you have the posture domain. Okay, now what do you mean by security domain? Whatever issues are coming up related to the security features, like that is your malicious activity, your malware, your exploits, right? So all these issues will come under your security cases, security domain. What do you mean by health domain? Any issues are there, let's say related to the agent software. The agent software is not working, or let's say the agent upgrade is not happening, the agent version is not getting upgraded, or there are issues related to the communication between the XDR and the agent, or the software versions, right? So any of the health related issues of your agent as well as your XDR, those issues are called as health issues. And for that, a health case will be opened. Okay. Then also you have the posture domain. Now, posture domain will be related to cases like your vulnerabilities. Okay. Any issues which are related to vulnerabilities, they will be added in your posture domain. Okay. Also your compliances. Okay. So those type of issues will be available in your posture domain. Okay. So these are the three types of domains. So if you go to the cases page, uh, when I go to my cases, yeah. Yeah, so all the cases, that means it will include all the domains, all your security domain, posture domain, and health domain, or I can select the domain. So whether I want to view the health domain issues or cases, I want to view the posture domain cases, I want to view the security domain cases, I can select the domains here. Okay. By default, all the cases, everything, all the domains are added. Whatever cases are created due to all the domains, everything is listed out here. Okay. So those are the domains, case domains. Okay. So yeah, that is an introduction about cases. Okay. Now, what are the different things available in the case page? Okay. So when you go to the cases page, what are the different things that you can view? We will explore that now. Okay. So yeah, so when I go to my cases, this is how the cases will look like. Okay. Now there are two types of views here. One is your default view, like this one. That is, you'll have a separate list panel, the cases list panel, where all the cases are listed out. And whichever case I'm selecting, I'll get a detailed view about that case. Okay, so this is the default view. I want to go and check the table view. That is all the cases listed out in table view. I can select that as well. So when I go to this one, table view, I'll have the cases listed like this one. Okay, now any case I want to view, just do a right click, just do a normal click, and I will get the details here. Separately, it will open a panel, and again I'm going to get the details here. Okay, so both the views are there. I feel the default view, that is the detailed view, this is more easy. Okay, so I can select any of the cases here, and automatically I will have the case details here. Okay, so yeah, now in this page, what are the different things? Now here you have a list panel. Okay, so this is called as the list panel. Okay, where all the cases are listed down, and any case I select, I will have this view here. Okay. Now in this view, I have a case header first. Now this is called as a case header. This place is called as a case header. Now what are the different things available in this case header? So I can have a case name. If I want to, let's say, give a name to this case, I can do that. So I can just click on this and give a name. So let's say this is important case, some name I'm giving. Okay. Important case, some name I'm giving. Okay. I can do that. Okay. Then it will have a ID, case ID. Okay. Now what is this ID is? ID will be automatically provided to you by XDR. So this is generated by your XDR itself. I don't have to generate this. Okay. So each case will have their own ID. So that is generated. Okay. Then it will tell you to which domain it belongs to, whether it belongs to posture domain or whether, let's say, it belongs to security domain. That domain it will tell you. Okay. Then it'll come the scores. Then you have the scores, case score. Now, yesterday we saw about case scoring, right? So what is the score of this case? And how I have defined the score, whether I have defined a rule-based score or whether I have defined a smart score or I have set the score manually. Okay. So I can select, let's say this time I want to go for the smart score. So I'll select smart score and apply. Okay. Now again, score is nothing but for the administrator to understand how important is the case. Whether the case is very important, if the score is more, or if the score is less, it is of less importance. Just for my understanding, we have the case score. Okay. So either I can add the rules as we saw, or either I can go for the smart score, or I can go for the score manually. Okay. Then I have the severity level. Now, what is the severity level of this case? Now, severity, again, depending on the issues that are added into the case, the XDR will automatically calculate what is the severity. Okay. So here the severity is high severity. Or no, I feel I want to change this. Okay. I want to change the severity. I feel this is critical. So I will select drop down and I'll select the critical severity and it will be changed. Okay. So let's wait for it to be changed. And this is your, color based. Okay. Now, why it has not got changed? Yeah, it is changed. Right. So now it is critical. Now, if I want to put it low, it will be changed. Low, I think, will be shown in blue color. Yeah, it is shown in light blue. If it is the low severity, light blue. If it is medium, I think it is, what is the color? Dark blue or orange? Ah, okay, yellow. Okay, if it's medium severity, yellow. High means red. It will have the red color. Or dark purple, not purple, sorry, dark maroon. It is critical. Okay, now it has not getting, yeah, high means red. Critical means maroon, dark maroon. The color will be there. Okay, yeah. So you can manually change the severity level as well. Okay, let it be the default one itself. I don't have to change. Yeah, it is now in the high severity. Okay, then comes your starring. Now, again, if I want to star a case, I can manually star a case. Or if, let's say, due to the issues are start and hence the case is also start, you will be able to see the star symbol here. I don't want the case, I don't want the star, I can remove it as well. Again, for manual understanding, for the administrator to understand whether this case is important. If it is important, let me star it. If it is not important, I will unstar it. Okay. Then on the right hand side, you can see for whom this case is assigned to. Okay. So which administrator should be looking into this case? Whether I want to assign this case to myself, then assign to me, or I want to assign it to some other administrator, I can assign it to them. Okay. Then what is the status of this case? Whether it is a newly created case or whether it is in progress or whether it is resolved. If it is resolved, I need to mention what is the reason why it is resolved. I need to mention that. Okay. So these are all the different things. And also you have the description of this case, right? So here below you have the description. I want to modify the description. I can do that. Okay. Then it will let me know how many issues have combined to form this case. Now, how many issues are there in this case? I have 545 issues in this case. Okay, that it will let me know. And what are the different sources, how the issues got created. Whether it was created due to the XDR agent, you can see here, XDR agent. So some issues were identified by the agent. Okay, so events were detected by the agent and it generated the issues. Okay, so yeah, and then you have issues due to the BIOC rule. Okay, so BIOC rule identified some events and it generated the events, and few of them are due to wildfire hits. So wildfire identified some issues and the issues are generated due to wildfire. Like this, you will get the sources here. Okay, so these are all the different things I have in my case header. So this is your case header. Okay, now the same things I also have, I will be able to view in the list panel. Okay, so this is my case. Okay, here also I have the star option, unstar option. I can do that. Okay, I want to check the severity level. What is the severity level? What is the case score? To which domain it belongs to? Okay, to which administrator it is assigned to? What is the status of the case, new or old? What are the sources? Okay, so all this basic information I can also view in the list panel. Okay, then I want to perform any action. Let's say I can select this as well. Okay, so select it, do a right click. I will be able to view all these options. I want to change the status of this. I want to change the severity. I want to change the assignee to whom it is assigned. I want to unstar it. I want to manage the case score. All these options are there when I do a right click. Also, I can select multiple cases. Okay, for multiple cases, I want to take one action. So do a right click. I want to change the severity for everything together. I can do that. Okay, I want to change the assignee for whom it is assigned. I can do that. I want to unstar all the cases together. I can do that. Okay, I want to manage the score cases of all the one in a similar way. I can do that. Okay, so multiple cases I can select and perform the right click action as well. Okay, so yeah, those are the basic things in the cases page. Now we'll come to the tabs, the below tabs which are there. Okay, what different columns are there? Okay, or you can call it as tabs, better. Okay, the first thing, whichever column or whichever tab I want to view, I can pin them. Okay, so pinning will open the tab automatically whenever I am going to any other case. For example, now here overview tab is pinned. Okay, now whichever case I go, I will only get the overview tab first. Okay, it will be automatically opened. Okay, whichever case I open, the overview tab is the one which will be open. Okay, or let's say no, I want to view the issues and insights first. That is the important one for me. I can just click on this pin. Okay, that means this tab is now pinned. Now whichever case I open, that is the one which is going to open by default. Okay, so that is pinning of the tabs. Okay, now let's come to talk about the columns. So first one is overview. Now when I open any case, the overview first will have all this information, right? So it will have the MITRE attack tactics and techniques mapping. Okay, so any tactics and techniques map. So here it is not mapped. So you can see here by default whatever tactics and techniques have got mapped with MITRE attack, that will be updated here. That will be the first thing. Then it will tell you how many issues were added in this case. So here you have 1,000 issues. Okay, so that is the maximum number of issues. Okay, if I go to some other issue, let's say this one, yeah, it has totally 4 issues, and these are the severity level. Out of them, 3 are of high severity, 1 is of medium severity. Okay, so how many issues have combined to create this case, that will be defined here. Okay, so here 1,000 issues like this for all the cases I will be able to view. So how many issues have got combined? So here 544 issues. Okay, so that information is there. Then also you will have the sources, issue sources. Okay, so how the issue got generated, whether it was generated due to the agent, whether it is generated due to the analytics, BIOC analytics, or wildfire, whatever the sources are there, those will be updated here. Okay, then you'll have the automation. We already saw this, right? So if the issues have triggered any automation, so those automations will be shown here, whether they have triggered. If not triggered, it will show you, hey, no issues have triggered any playbook. If they have triggered, then we'll tell you, hey, this from this issue, so many issues have triggered the automation. Okay, so that information you'll get. And then you'll have the artifacts. Now artifacts, let me go to security. Yeah, security will have the artifacts. Okay, so it'll have the assets and artifacts, information about assets and artifacts as well. Okay, so what are the artifacts that were seen in this cases? Okay, what are the different artifacts? What were the assets related to this case? Those assets will be also displayed here. Okay, now yes, you have a dedicated tabs for all these things, but this is an overview of everything. Okay, so that is your overview tab. Next comes your key assets and artifacts. Now key assets and artifacts, it will specifically define what were the assets that were seen in this case. Okay, what are the different assets? What were the different sorry, artifacts, and what are the different assets that were infected or affected related to this case. Those are also defined here. Okay. Now, when I say artifacts, now these are artifacts. Now, some file, you have some file identified. Okay. Now, here I have the option to check the wildfire report as well. Okay. Now, for this file, what was the wildfire report? Okay. That also I will be able to view. So here you have the link. So click on this, and automatically the wildfire report will be coming. Okay, now I can read the report here. So what is the verdict, everything. I want to download this report, I can do that to my workstation. Just click on this and it will be downloaded into my workstation. Okay, there also I can go and read it. So any wildfire report you want to view, that we will be able to view it here. Okay, and also I want to check what is the virus total report of this. Why is total verdict of this? Okay, I have the link here. So somebody asked, I think, so why is total, is it related or not? Yeah, it is directly linked. Okay, so just click on this virus total. So what is the report here? So click on this. What is the verdict? It'll automatically open the virus total page and give you the verdict. What information it has, you will be able to view that. Okay, and also under this 3 symbol, I want to check the autofocus. If I want to check what is the verdict in autofocus, again, it's a part of Palo Alto. Okay, so it is being bought by Palo Alto. So here I have to sign in. I don't want to do that, but yeah, you want to check that, that also I can do. Okay, and all other options. So you want to open this in quick launcher, you want to go to virus total, autofocus, you want to open the hash view, you want to check the related issues, you want to add this file to the block list, you want to add this to the allow list. Okay, or you want to search this file on the endpoints. All these actions you can perform by clicking on this 3 dots. Okay, so these are all the artifacts that are related here. Okay, and then what are the assets related? What are the endpoints that are related to these issues? Those are also listed on here. Okay, again, you want to get open the action. So you want to open in quick launcher, open view, open asset view, open IP view, open IP view. Okay, any IP address is there, you'll have the option of open IP view as well. Okay, and then you will be able to see how much traffic has been gone, which application has been used, to which maximum traffic has gone, which IP address maximum traffic has gone. Those IP view also you'll be able to view. Okay, so yeah, that is about key assets and artifacts. Next comes your issues and insights. So this will list down all the issues, whatever issues have been identified here. So let's say I go to some other security one. Yeah. Okay, 562 cases, right? Now when I click on issues and insights, it is going to list down all the 562 issues here. Okay, so all the issues are listed down here. So these are the issues which have got combined to create this case. Okay, issues. Insights means combined information. What is the insight or what are the findings that we can get from these issues? That will be listed on under insights. Okay. Now, mainly we will be dealing with issues. Okay. So these are the different things. Yeah, issues is what is important. Okay. Now, once I go to the issues page, I have lots of operations we can perform here, right? So when I can do a right click, when I do a right click, I'll get all these options. So I want to change the status, I want to change the severity, I want to change the assignee, I want to investigate a causality chain. Now, causality chain is a very important option. Okay. But if you want to have this causality chain, the endpoint which is generating this issue, it should have the pro license. Only for pro license, you will get the causality chain. Now, what is causality chain is, we already know about enhanced endpoint data. Okay, so if you have the agent software on the endpoint, yes, all the alerts, any detections, any prevention, everything is sent as issues alerts. Okay, but also if you have a pro license, all the logs, whatever events are happening on the endpoint, everything is collected and it is sent as enhanced endpoint data. Okay, now whatever Cortex XDR is going to do with this enhanced endpoint data, it's going to stitch everything. Okay, whatever related events are there, it is going to stitch everything and it is going to provide us a story. Okay, the whole life cycle, the whole lifetime of, let's say, any attack happens, the whole life cycle I will be able to get it. Why? Because XDR automatically stitches those things and provides us a story. Now where do I see the story? Using my causality chain. Okay, so when I go investigate causality chain and I can open it in a new card, I will be able to view the causality chain. Okay, now I'll show you how the causality chain looks like. Mhm. Let it load, taking some time. Let me open for some other issue maybe. Mm, no, still loading. Maybe some other issue I can select. Security, yeah. This one I think it may open. What is the issue? Some malware is identified. Yeah, if you don't have the enhanced endpoint data, that is your pro license, this option will not come. Let's see if it has got updated. Yeah, so you can see here, right? So this is where your malware has got identified. So you can see here around 1,000. Okay, 1,000 issues have been generated due to this one. Okay, and due to which process? Due to this process. Okay, now if I can see a big extended one, that will be better. Uh, if I show the parent, show parent. Okay, what is the parent here? Yeah, so I'll explain this. What I'm doing is, okay. Now here the event got generated. That is whatever issue was there. The issue was generated at this point. Okay, and in which process? In process cmd.exe. Okay. Now if I want to know what is the parent of this cmd.exe, I can just click on, do a right click and click on parent. It will show me the parent of this. Okay. So this process got initiated due to this process. Okay. I want to know what is the parent of this. I can just do a right click and show parent. It will show me which this process got created due to which process. Now this was due to explorer.exe. Now I want to know how explorer.exe got opened. So when I do a right click and I click on show parent, from which it is not there, could not fetch parent for process employee. So okay, but if I want to know if for this one any parent process was there, I can view that. Okay, now how many children were there for this one? Let's say I want to see the children, so I want to view the children. Okay, it will show me what are all the child process of that process. Okay, how many process? Yeah, so these are all the different child process which got created due to this process. I want to know what is the child for this process. Again, can do a right click. I want to click on view children. The whole children, all the children of that process will be listed. What are the other process that got initiated due to that process? I will be able to view here. Okay. Now it is better if I can check as a graph, since it is many expand tree. Yeah. Uh, um, since there are many children, it is not able to show. Okay, I'll show you for this one. What is the children? Any children got created due to this one? Yeah. So from this process, one more process got initiated. Okay. From this one, are there any children? No. That's all. Okay. So after this, no parent, no children process. So here what I can see is the whole cycle about what process got initiated first, but then what was the next application due to that one, what was the next process due to that one. The whole cycle I will be able to understand. Okay. Now, why this is available? Because the XDR is able to stitch all the logs. It is able to correlate everything and understand what is the process that is initiated first, what was the next process, everything, the whole story it is able to stitch. Okay. And also I can just click on this and I want to read the events related to this one. Just select this and click on all events. Whatever events are there related to this node or this process will be available for me here. Okay. I want to know what is the issue. I'll drop it down. I want to know what is the issue. I'll just select this one and I'll go get the issue details here. Okay. Why this issue was created, all the basic things. Okay. Similarly, for this process, I want to read the events. Just move your mouse over this and it'll show you the details. What is the process information, everything. Okay. And what is the parent of this? What is the child of this? Everything, the whole life cycle, the whole steps, everything I will be able to view here in your causality view. Okay. And from here, I want to take any actions. I have the actions option. Okay. I want to isolate, let's say I want to isolate any endpoint. I want to open the asset view. I want to open a live terminal, or any suggestions that XDR can give me. What are the remediation suggestions that also I can view. Okay. Or here, let's say I want to take any actions, just do a right click. I can take these actions as well. I want to quarantine this. I want to add to allow list. I want to add to block list. I want to investigate in timeline. All these options are there in your causality chain. Okay. So this is nothing but your causality view, or this chain is a causality chain where I can understand what is the whole life cycle, what is the lifetime of the attack, everything as a story. Okay. So yeah, so this is your causality chain view, and that we can view. So when I do a right click, I can view this, and I want to open this in SQL. I can, if I want to run automation, which we saw in previous module, I can run the automation. I want to manage the issue. Let me do this for this. I want to manage the issue. I can manage the issue. Yeah, manage issues. So all these options are there. So exclusion, exceptions, this we saw in the engineer course. Okay. I want to pivots to view. So what I want to view in the IP view and the asset view I want to view, or I want to create a case for this. Okay. All these options are there when I do a right click. Okay. And also on the right hand side, I have all these options. For each of these issues, I have these options. So I want to create an exclude option. I can do that. I want to open the causality chain, which we did. I can do that here. I want to open in SQL. I want to show work plan, or I want to investigate. All these options are available in my issues page. Okay, so either I can do all these things here, or I can go to the issues page, and there also I'll get all these options. Okay, so yeah, this is there in the issues and insights tab. Then you have the timeline. We know what is a timeline, right? So all the events related to the case will be updated here, right? So when this case was created, so here it was created on November 18th on so and so time. Okay, and what is the issue identified first, and then what were the other issues that were added, and whatever events are added, everything will be available in a timeline according to the time. Okay, in a sequential manner according to the time will be available. Okay, then you have war room. We know what a war room is. If any automation is done, all those events will be added as added here in the war room. Let's say any communication between other tools like your XIM or XOR, and any automation from those tools, everything will be updated here in the war room. Okay, then comes your executions. Executions will have any, let's say any causalities, any causality chain. Yeah, you can see here any causality chain which is created in this case, those will be updated here. So this was the parent one, this was the child. From this one, this got created. From this one, this got created. Let's say if I can expand the tree here. Um, Let me zoom out little, and no, I cannot expand. Okay, if I want to expand, I want to open a new causality chain view. Okay, but yeah, you get the point, right? So this is how the causality view will be created, and all those causality views, whatever causality views are there for this one, for this case, that will be updated in the executions tab. And these are the different tabs available in your cases page. Okay, and then you want to change the layout for this. Then you have the notepad option. You want to have any notes for this case, you can maintain the notes. You want to chat with other administrators, you have the messenger option. Okay, so yeah, so these are all the different options available in the case page. I think I have covered everything. Yeah, so let's go and scroll through the slide deck to complete the module. Okay, and if anything I have missed out, I'll go through that. Yeah. So yeah, this is your case page, understanding your case page, and this is your sections. So you have the case header, overview tab, key assets and artifacts, issues and insights, timeline, case war room, executions. These are all the tabs just now we saw. Okay, and you have some customization options. So pin the tabs, which tab you want to pin. Note taking, your notepad is there. What is the table view? How you want to view the page? Okay. Yeah. Next, we'll see about some theory about how do we perform case investigation, and then how do we respond to it, right? So some theory part, what is a flow? What is a workflow? Then you need to follow. Okay. So first, yeah, we'll go through the workflow. Yeah. So this is how you have to manage a case. Okay. So first comes your preparation. So you need to first prepare for a case. Then we need to perform the detection and analysis. Okay. Then we have to go for containment, eradication, and recovery. And then we need to do the post-case activity. Okay. So this is your case management workflow about how do we manage a case. So first comes your preparation. Okay. Now, what do you mean by preparation? So preparation phase is when the team is prepared, okay, and uh, prepared to respond and prevent any cases to make sure systems are secure, networks are secure, all the applications are secure. Okay, that means we have already prepared. So whatever communication has to be done with other teams, that is all there. Whatever necessary facilities are there, hardware, software, process, all these are there. Okay, so we need to be prepared for any case. Whatever case comes, we need to be prepared to respond to it. Okay. Then we need to make sure we are able to prevent the cases. Okay. So prevent the cases, recommended practices to lower or prevent cases, they include checking the risk assessments. Okay. So we need to able to assess what are the applicable threats, what are the vulnerabilities which are possible. Okay. So we need to assess all those risks beforehand. Okay. Then we need to make sure for network security. Okay. So all the connection points, whatever connection points are there, they should be secure, and any unwanted activities are there, they should be denied. Okay. Let's say, for example, any virtual private networks. Okay. So you want to deny any VPNs, you can do that. And you need to make sure any all the network zones and perimeter connections, all those are secure. Okay. So that has to be done. Okay. Then host security. Okay. So all the endpoint and server systems, they should be hardened. Okay. And whatever updates should be there, that should be followed. Okay. So host security. Then malware prevention. So make sure malware prevention solutions are deployed across the organization. Okay. So whatever solutions are required for this, those are all enabled. And also user awareness training should be there. Okay. So we need to make sure whoever are working in our company, in our organization, they should be regularly trained. Okay. So that they are not using some unwanted applications, and then yeah, so they should not be going haywire, that some unwanted things they are doing. No. Okay. So appropriate network systems and application policies should be communicated, and they should be applied, right? So to all the users. Okay. So that has to be done. That is to prevent cases. Then comes your detection analysis, right? Now we need to understand what are the different ways attacks can happen. So common attack vectors include your media. Okay. So media can be executed. So an attack can be executed from any removable media or any peripheral device. For example, let's say any malicious code can be injected into our systems using any USB drive. Okay. USB flash drive. So we need to secure the endpoints there. Okay. So media, that is very important. Then web-based attacks. So very common. Okay. So any attack can be executed from a web-based or from a web-based application, or from a website. For example, any cross-site scripting attack can be used, okay, in order to check the credentials, in order to steal the credentials. So that can happen. Email, any unwanted files can be sent via email in case of attachments, right? So in the case of attachments, or any URLs can be sent via email. So that has to be checked. Okay. Then attrition. So an attack can be executed using brute force techniques as well. Okay. So anybody trying to do any denial of service attacks, so dedicated denial of service attacks, so that is happening. So that has to be checked. Impersonation. Okay. So like man in the middle attack, or rogue wireless access points, or your SQL ingestion attacks, those all come under impersonation. And also improper usage, right? So any users are using unwanted files, or any file sharing software they are using. Okay. Or any unauthorized users are accessing. So all these things should be checked. Okay. And these should be avoided. Okay. So this is your all comes under your first step. That is your be prepared for all these things, and these all should be checked. Okay. Then comes your containment, eradication, and recovery. Okay. So we need to create different containment strategies for each major case type. Okay. With the criteria properly documented to facilitate the decision making, right? So we need to make sure everything is contained. We have containment strategies. so that whatever case comes, we are able to contain the whatever impact it's going to have. We should be able to contain those things. Okay, so that has to be done. And finally, post case activities, right? So this will post case activities will provide a platform to learn what was done right. So whatever strategies we used, whether they were right or not, whether any issues were there, whatever strategies we followed, whether they were done wrong, what can be modified, so what are other strategies we can use, okay, and what are the things we should improve in order to contain a case, what other methods can be improved, that also has to be checked. Okay, so this is your this is how we should deal with the cases, right? So we need to prevent it, then we need to contain, eradicate, and then post case activities has to be followed. Okay, yeah. So now we'll talk about the cases, whatever we discussed in the demo, we'll discuss about that, right? So we have the overview tab. We already discussed the overview tab. Then we have the key assets and artifacts. So this will give you the key critical assets and artifacts in a case. So that will be displayed. Then, yeah, you want to check the wildfire report, you can check that. You want to check the virus total verdict. So somebody asked me this. So whether virus total is added or not. Yes, by default it is added. It is compatible. And yeah, we want to check the virus total verdict. We can do that. And yeah, so under also we have the assets. Okay, so under assets, what are the different assets that are related to our cases that will be displayed. And if it's showing in green color, that means the agent is connected, it is online only. Okay, then you have this option, very important option of open IP view. Okay, when you go for this open IP view, I will be able to examine the IP address, okay, for your detailed threat investigation. So to which IP address the traffic is coming from, maximum traffic is coming, or where maximum traffic is going. Okay, and the traffic based on the applications, you can select which are all the top 5, top 3. Okay, and what is the time frame you want to check, whether you want to check for the last 7 days or you want to check for the last 1 month. You can select the time frame as well. So this is about investigating IP address, very important. Okay, then comes your next tab, issues and insights, where you will be able to view all the issues, whatever issues are there. In this case, you'll be listed down. Okay, and you have the timeline, so it will give you the record of key actions and changes made during the case life cycle. So you have the timeline option. Then you have the war room. Okay, so this is powered by ChatOps. Okay, so facilitates real-time investigation, helps analysts perform different tasks related to their case investigation using CLI commands, okay, or scripts also. Then executions, this will give you the causality cards, causality chain. Any causality chains are there, they will be available in your executions tab. Okay, so these are all the different tabs. Now, other than that, you also have this symbols for the issues and insights. When you check for issues, you'll have these symbols as well. Okay, now these are again extra steps. So you want to exclude an issue, you can do that. You want to investigate the causality chain, you want to open anything in SQL, you can do that. You want to investigate contributing events, you can do that. You want to do a drill down, okay, you want to search further, you can do a drill down query. Again, you want to check the work plan, you can do that. There is any case paybooks have been added, you can check that. And you want to perform more investigation, that also you can do. Okay, yeah, first one is exclude issue. Okay, and when you select this issue, select this action, exclude issue, we already saw in your engineer program. Okay, that is, if you want to perform any issue exclusion, you can do that, right? Now what this exclusion will do, no issues, no issue will come. The protection will be there, but I don't want the noise, I don't want the issue coming again and again. That is exclusion issue. Okay, so it will refine the investigation process, eliminate any false positives, and we can prioritize on the relevant data. Okay, then you have got the investigate causality chain option. Again, this is one of the options here, investigate causality chain. So either you can do a right click on the issue and check the investigate causality chain, or this way also. So you can see here. So this was the main parent one. From this process came, from this process, these two process came, and this is where the malicious event was identified. Okay, so you can track the event sequence, understand what is the case impact, and gain insights on the attack lifecycle by checking the causality chain. Then you want to investigate any contributing events, that also you can do. Okay, so you'll get that option. So you can explore the associated activities, assess case scope, impact, You want to identify any patterns and correlation, and also enhances the key response strategy. This is your investigating contributing events. Then the next option is open drill down query. That is for any issue you have identified. You want to search more. Okay, you want to investigate more. You want to check any data set. You can write the query and investigate more using this drill down query. Okay, so this will target any query, targeted. You can perform targeted query execution, filter out the noise. If any hidden insights are there, you can uncover that. Enhances your investigation accuracy. This is drill down option. Then you have the work plan. Work plan, if any playbook is attached, that playbook will be displayed here. That is the whole flow chart. Everything will be displayed here. So we already went through this. And investigate option, last option, investigate. So you want to perform an investigation about the issue. That is the same thing. So when I click on the issue, you will get the side panel, or when you click on investigate, again, you will getting the side panel where you'll get all this information. So overview tab, issue info, war room, and work plan. Okay, the same things. Yeah, so that's about your case, right? So how do we manage the cases? Again, little theory we'll try to understand, right? So how do we manage the case? So what are the steps we need to follow? We'll talk about those things. Okay. Yeah. So first, case containment, right? So we need to make sure we are able to contain the case. Okay. So any case comes, how do we contain it? Okay. So we can follow all these things, right? So we can quickly isolate the infected endpoints. Okay. We want to block any malicious activity. We can do that. Disabling of any user who has got compromised. Sorry, any user who has got infected, disable that. Okay. Implementing network segmentation, making sure endpoint detection and response solutions are there. We can conduct threat hunting and implementing any access control. Okay, so these are few things we can do to contain the case so that it is not going to do any further damage or any data loss. So before any of these things happen, we need to contain the case. Okay, so this is your examples. And what is the main goal? It is to contain the case rapidly and effectively and making sure the impact is minimal. Okay, guys, I know it is your lunch time. I'm beyond the lunch time, but just give me 10 more minutes and we'll complete this module. Okay, and then we'll go for lunch. So give me just 10 more minutes and then we'll go for lunch, guys. Okay. So yeah, and these are few examples. Again, isolating the endpoints, blocking the malicious network traffic, disabling any users who have got compromised. Few examples of containment. Okay, so we need to contain the case so that no more damage is going to be happening. Once it is done, case containment, very important. Also, we need to make sure we are having a rapid response. Okay, so time, very important. Why? Because any case occurs, the sooner we respond to it, the sooner we resolve it, we can again make sure the damage is minimum. Okay, so the faster containment measures are implemented, the less impact the case will have on the organization. Okay, and also make sure the coordination is very good. Now, what I mean coordination is there may be multiple teams in the SOC. Okay, and the communication between them and the coordination between them is very important so that we are able to take the steps properly, right? So all the relevant teams are able to work on it for swift containment. Okay, so rapid response is very important. Then eradication and recovery, right? So eradication means we need to identify and remove the root cause. So why the case got created, we need to identify and remove it from the affected system so that further exploitation and recurrence of the case does not happen. Okay. And once it is eradicated, we need to recover. So whatever affected systems are there, we need to recover it. We need to restore it to a normal state and make sure now they are fully secure and fully functional. Okay, now eradication and recovery process happens in multiple steps. Okay, now what are those steps? So investigation and analysis, we need to do that. Isolation and containment, patching up and system restoration. And then finally, we want to collect any evidence, forensic evidence, we need to do that. And finally, verification and testing, making sure everything is now working fine. Okay, so that is eradication and recovery. Finally, your post-case analysis. Okay, so post-case analysis, once we have done everything, finally we have to again, check everything. So analyze past cases, okay, in order to spot any weakness, detection, response, and controls. So what we did before, okay, what were the cases before, what were the weaknesses in our detection response methods, okay. So we need to analyze that. Then analyze what were the cases, case data for causes, okay, vectors and control breakdowns. We need to examine that. What are the vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and gaps in access control? We need to address those issues, and also make sure we foster proactive risk management and a culture of learning. Okay. So yeah, so that's about how we manage the cases. The last part is issue investigation. Okay. Issue investigation, again, either we can go to issues and insights tab on your cases page, or we can go to the issues page also and perform the investigation. Okay. Now, what are these things? So same things, whatever we did here, same. So issues page, we have a dedicated issues page. So, so what is the purpose of having a issues page? So purpose is it will consolidate, all the issues, all the issues from your detection sources in one place. So yeah, retention, how many days the issues are there in our XDR? So by default 186 days. Okay, if an issue is created, it will be there in your XDR for 186 days. If you want to extend the days, you can get a separate license for that. You can pay some money and extend it, but by default you have 186 days. The issues will be there on your XDR. Okay. Access, we know where do we access the issues. So go to cases and issues. We have a dedicated issues pages. Okay. Issue cleanup. Now, what the XDR will do is it will check every 12 hours. Every 12 hours, check for older issues, that is older than 196 days. Automatically, it will clear up all the old issues. Right. So automatically for every 12 hours, it will keep on clearing up old issues. So that's an overview. Then what are the types of issues? So we have security issues and then health issues. Okay. What are security issues? Also you have posture issues, but yeah, these are the main two. Okay. So security issues, they are nothing but focused on threats to system integrity. Okay. Any issues which are system integrity include issues related to case management, detecting, preventing, blocking threats. All these will come under health issues, security issues. What are health issues? On the data health of XDR. Okay. So data integrity, ingestion, connectivity issues, your agent licensing and upgradation, all those will come under your health issues. Okay. So these are the issues which are generated in your XDR. What are the, this is your issues page. So whenever I go to the issues, just do a normal click. You'll open the in-depth analysis. That is your issue side panel will open. There will have all these tabs, so overview, issue info, war room, work plan, all these are there. Okay. And the columns, what are the different columns? So these are the important columns are available here. So whatever columns are in view, you can just click on this three dots and you will see what are the columns already in view and what are the other columns which are hidden. You can select any of these columns in order to view them. Okay. So these are the main attributes, or you can see fields in the issues page. Then exploring issues. So issue side panel, whenever I click on an issue, it'll open the issue side panel. Okay. And there we'll have all these options. So overview is there, and then issue info, war room, and work plan. These are the important tabs. And war room, one of the important ones. So for a thorough investigation, you can investigate causality view or your war room. Okay. To bring additional context. So causality view, what the causality will do, it will visualize the process change to understand what is the root causes. War room, just for your real-time investigation and collaboration hub. Okay. So all the events in as a journal will be available in war room. Then this is your causality chain. So we already saw how to check the causality chain. So visualize the causality instance chain and then view the process execution paths, analyze the connections, and you can add or hide the branches, perform actions on the node. So when you do a right click, you can perform the actions as well. Okay. So this causality chain also we covered, and I guess that's about it. Yeah. So that is the end of the module number 7, guys. Any questions? I know it's already late for lunch, but yeah, any questions, guys? If any questions, please let me know. If no, all good, give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Kwan. Thank you, Kiam. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. Thank you. Thank you, Jug. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Win. Okay. Thank you, Trunk. Thank you. Okay, awesome. And this will be lab for this module. Okay, so 7.1. And that's about it, guys. So only one more module, which is your dashboards. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll quickly go for lunch now. Okay. And then after we come back from lunch, I will just give you again a small explanation about the dashboards. We already have covered it, but yeah, I'll again just run through the slides and we'll go through the dashboard and reports module. And also after that, I will let you know how to generate the certificate for this course. Okay. And I also will talk about the certification. Okay. So what are all the certifications you can go for after these courses? Okay. Yeah. So let's go for lunch, guys. 1 hour lunch break. We'll see you after the lunch break. Have a good lunch. Thank you. Sorry about extending the time. So some 15 minutes extra I took. So sorry about that. Apologize. But yeah, please go for lunch, guys. Thank you. We'll see you after the lunch break. Hello, participants. I hope you are back. Yes, participants, can you guys give me a confirmation about your back? Give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Irfan. Thank you, Nvidai. Thank you, Din. What about others? Only 3 people are back. Others, if you're back, give me a thumbs up, guys. So 3 people I can see. Okay. Others, thank you, Trung. Thank you. Thank you, Kwan. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Okay. So in that case, we have one more module, just a small module. We'll complete that, and then I'll tell you how to generate the certificate. So you have a code, okay, which is required to generate the certificate. So I'll give you the code, and then also, as well as that, I shall let you know about the certifications, right? So somebody in the engineer course has also asked about the certifications. So we will discuss that as well. Okay. So give me a moment. I will just share my screen for the last module. Yeah. I hope you're able to view my screen, and I hope I'm loud and clear. So last module of our course is module number 8, which is about dashboards and reports, right? So we already covered this in the engineering course. Again, it is the same thing, right? So same slides, same module. So I'm not going to talk much about it. I'm just going to run through it. Okay? So in this module, we should know about the dashboards and reports, okay? And the dashboard manager, the report, creating the reports, and then how SQL widgets work, as well as dashboard drill downs, right? So where is this available? So under your dashboard and reports menu, we have all these things, right? So instead of going through the slide deck, I'll better complete this in the demo itself. Where is my demo? Got disconnected. Let me connect it back. Okay, please expand. Let me disconnect and connect again. Okay, now it shows good. Okay, now where do we have this dashboard and reports? So we have a specific tab for dashboard and reports. When I go to that dashboard and reports, I have all these options, right? So dashboard, whenever I log into my XDR, by default, my default dashboard is going to get loaded. Okay, or I want to view any other dashboard, I can just drop this arrow, and all these dashboards are available. Few of them are the predefined ones given to us by Palo Alto itself, or whatever we create, those dashboards are also available. Now, these dashboard, I think you would all have created, if I'm not wrong. So yes, 3192, 3193, all these things you would have created. Yeah. So if I want to load any of those dashboards, I can do that, or any of the pre-existing dashboards. Let's say I want to view the data security. I'll select that, and that dashboard will get uploaded. Okay. So that is the dashboard. Reports, whatever reports have been generated, those reports will be available. Again, you all guys would have generated the report in the previous lab. Okay, so all these are those reports. So yeah, so whatever reports are there will be available for me. And if I want to download this, I can just do a right click and download, and the reports will be available with me on my workstation. Okay, now dashboard manager is where we are going to create a new dashboard. Okay, so already you have existing dashboards. If you see the source, yeah, if you see so source, multiple dashboards have Palo Alto Networks as a source. So those dashboards are given to us by Palo Alto. Okay, or I want to create my own dashboard. I can go to a new dashboard and give a name. Okay, and what is the dashboard type? Well, all these again predefined dashboards are there. using using those dashboards, using those widgets, again, I want to create a dashboard, or I want to start with a clean canvas, go for the blank one. Okay. So give a name. So let's say test dashboard, give a name, and then select the dashboard type, whether you want to go for the predefined existing ones or you want to go with a blank canvas, go for blank, give next, and you need to now add the widgets. Okay, so these are all the predefined widgets available here. So any of these widgets you want to use directly, let's say I want to have the daily consumption, use that. I want to have the contributing data source, just drag and drop. Okay, and then you have the detailed ingestion, you want to have the widget for that, just drag and drop it here, and your report will be ready. Okay, or your dashboard will be ready. Now this is based on the mock data. I want to have the data for the real dashboard for the real data. Select the real data option. Okay, and click next and save it, and your new dashboard will be created. Okay, I'm not going to create it now since you all have done already this in the lab, or you will be doing in the lab as well. So yeah, I'm not going to. So once you create the dashboards, those dashboards will be available here. Okay, now few of you, I think I have done this 32195, yeah, 32192. I think you are all guys have done this one. Okay, so that's how we can create a new dashboard. Okay, and reports, again, report templates, same. If I want to use the dashboard, whatever templates I'm creating there, I want to use it at report templates, that I can do, or I want to create a new template, again, whatever widgets I want to add them, add them. Okay, then this is the library of all the widgets. So you have lots of predefined widgets available. You want to use them directly, you can just scroll, you can just drag and drop, or I want to create my own widget using SQL, I can do that. Okay, so or if you have a script, use your script, or you can use it SQL. Now the same thing, whatever we learned in SQL, the query we need to provide. Once the query is done, you execute it and you create a new widget. You can save the widget and you can create the new widget. Okay, and then I hope you remember about drill down. Okay, which dashboard drill down, where if you have, let's say, created any dashboard, you want to drill down and want to search for more things. I think I created it, right? Where is it? Test dash, yeah, so this one. So let's say I want to edit it and click on next. So this query, this widget I created using a SQL query. So I went for a new widget there. I opened SQL query and I created this widget. So this is the output of that query. Okay. Now from this dashboard, I want to navigate to something else. I would be using the drill down option. So when I clicked on this, I have the edit drill down option. So go to that. What I want to go to, whether I want to go to another SQL search, or whether I want to go to link to another dashboard, or I want to open custom URL, or I want to generate a report. Okay, what I want to do when I just click on this, what happens when I click on this? Where do I want to drill down? That option is also available in your dashboard drill down. Okay, and once everything is done, just save it and your report will be saved. Now when I go to my dashboard, now here in this one, I have given drill down to a new query. Okay, so now when I go to dashboard, yeah, this is the one which I created. Okay, now when I click on this, it is going to open a new tab where whatever action I have defined in that is open a new SQL, that will be opening, and I'll get the results for this one. Okay, so yeah, so that's about it. That's about all the information we need to know about dashboards. You will have known better when you are doing the lab, previous engineer lab, and also you'll be going through all these things in your analyst lab as well, when you do the analyst lab. Yeah, so that's about it. Any questions you have, guys, with respect to your dashboards? So you have already done the labs. Any questions with this, or no? Everything good? Yeah, if all good, please give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Jin. Thank you, Kwan. Awesome. Okay, so let me quickly now tell you how to generate the report. Sorry, not the report, the certificate. Okay, how to generate the certificate for you guys. What you need to do, you need to log in. So let me log in first. Please. Yeah, please log in into your learn.paloaltronetworks.com. Okay. Okay, please send me an email. Let me enter the code. Yeah, got the code. 50. Yeah. Where am I? I need to go to, okay, my calendar. Let me go to my course. I think few of you are already in the step of generating the certificate. Yeah, for others, again, I'll explain. Okay. Okay. Now, once you are into this course, okay, so our course, XDR Analyst course, once you have come into this course, you will be doing the labs. Okay. So by now, you would have completed 4 labs or something, or 5 labs, wherever you are. Okay. Once you have completed, let's say, let me go to the labs. Let me go to how we are doing. Okay. Yeah. So once you are into lab number 4, okay, let's say once you complete all the labs at the end of today, once you complete all the labs, lab 8, again, you need to go to next lesson. Next lesson is going to take you to assessment. Okay. So assessment, there will be some scenarios. Okay. And it will ask you some questions, some 10 questions will be there. You need to answer them. Even if you are answering, try to answer the right ones. Even if you're not able to, again, not a problem. It will let you know the answers and then you can finish this assessment. Okay, like a test. Okay, once you complete the test, then you need to go again to next lesson. There we'll have the survey and certificate. Okay, that is the last step. Okay, so survey and certificate. First, please complete the survey. Okay, in the survey, you need to again tell what is the start date, end date. So start date was yesterday, end date of the course is today, and then it'll ask you the region. So region is JAPAC. Okay, and also it'll ask you the name of the instructor. Okay, so please enter the right name. So let me give my name again, full name, in the chat box. Yeah, so please give this name in the when they ask for the instructor, and also they will ask you how was the instructor. So a few things about me. So please fill that. It will be helpful for me. Okay, so yeah, and other things, other basic things you need to fill up in the survey. Once you are done with the survey, the next step is it will ask you for the ask to generate the certificate. Is it is going to ask you for a code. Okay, now code I will copy paste in the chat box. Okay, so you can just copy paste there and you will be able to generate the certificate. Okay, and once you complete the labs, generate the certificate, please update in the chat box. And yeah, no, before generating the certificate, once you complete the labs, update in the chat box, I will mark your attendance and then you will be able to generate the certificate. Okay, so yeah, just give me 2 more minutes. I'll explain what else, and then you'll be able to generate the certificate. Sorry, you'll be able to proceed with the labs. Before that, let me convey about the certifications. Okay, now what are the certifications you can do? Now for that, go to your learning center home. Okay, now once you are come into the learning center home, just you need to know about the products of Palo Alto. Here you have the learn about our products. You'll have all the products. Okay, you want to take up any instructor-led training course like this one, you can click on this one, or you want to prepare for certification exam. Okay, you want to know what are the certifications, you need to check under this one. Okay, so foundational means all the basic. Okay, basic network security, endpoint security, that is your foundational one. Then specifically you want to go for advanced core certifications. You have the network security. Now network security means your firewall. Okay, so any certifications you want to do under your Palo Alto Networks next generation firewall, or you want to do under Panorama, okay, or troubleshooting, you need to go to network security. Okay, cloud security will have courses about or certifications about Prisma. Okay, Prisma Access, your SaaS, all those things will come under cloud security. Now our XDR comes under endpoint security, okay, where we have to deal with the security operations. So this is where your SOC certifications come into picture. So security operations, let's go into this one. Now, when I go into security operations, we have all these certifications available. Okay, now these are basic. Okay, so apprentice, practitioner, these are basic. Now you want to specifically go for your role-based certifications. Okay, now what is the product you're using. Whether if you're using XDR, then these are the two certifications for you. One is the engineer and another one is the XDR, sorry, analyst. Okay. If you are using XOR, then XOR certification is available for you. Or you are having XIM, you are working on XIM, then XIM analyst and XIM engineer is the certifications for you. Okay, so all are role based. Now since we have completed XDR, so we have to take up XDR engineer and XDR analyst certifications. Okay, now let's say I want to do the engineer certification. Just click on this. Okay, let me open this here. Yeah, just open this and it will give you all the details. Okay, so it'll also have the data sheet. Now, if I open the data sheet, it will tell you how to take up the certification exam, where you need to apply, all those things. So let me scroll to the up. Yeah. So here you'll have the exam details. Okay. Now, so you have something called Pearson View. Now, Pearson View are the ones who are going to conduct the certification exams for you. Okay. And how the exam will be, you will have the details here. So duration is 90 minutes. Multiple choice questions will be there. English, it will be handled in English, and the cost is around 250 US dollars. Okay, and it is delivered by Pearson View. Now, what are the different topics you need to prepare for the engineering exam? For that, when you scroll down here, you'll have all the topics. Okay, and also how much weightage these topics will be there in the question paper. How much questions will be there from this topic? It'll have 14%. From this one, you have 22% of the questions. From this one, you'll have 22% of the questions. Like this, you have a split up of how many questions or how much weightage will be there in the question paper from which topics. And you need to prepare all these topics to make sure you prepare for the exam properly. Okay, so this is for the engineer. Similarly, if you want to know for the analyst, again, same. So when I open this, and you can open the data sheet. Now, very important, you can also have the option to enroll into this course. Now, this is nothing but digital course. Within your learning center, you have a digital course, right? So where you'll have lots of materials, okay? Lots of study materials. You can go through all of them. It is all for free. It is available for everyone. All of you can access the materials, okay? So you can just enroll it, go through the course, study through it, okay? Yeah, so we call it as digital learning. So you can do that. And also you want to know, have the data sheet for this one. This also will let you know about the exam details, how much it will cost, and then where you can take up the exam. And also what are the topics that you need to prepare. Okay, so alerting and detection, under this topic, 23% of questions will come. Okay, incident and handling and response, 34% questions will come. Data analysis, 28% of questions will come. Okay, so like this, you will know what are the topics that you need to prepare in order to clear the exam certification. Okay, now, and you have to go to the center only. Okay, so to write the certification, you have to go to the center. Major cities everywhere, this Pearson View, they will have centers where you can take up the certification. Okay, so yeah, so these are the two certifications that you have for XDR. Okay, and other courses, you want to take more courses under Cortex in future. First, you if you have the XOR product, you can take up, and then finally you have the XIM. XIM is the most advanced one, so it is a replacement of your same tools. Okay, so in XIM, everything you can do. Okay, so yeah, so that's about it, guys. Any questions about this certifications or your exams? Anything? Oh no, all good. Yes, all good. Give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jack. Okay. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Okay, awesome. So guys, thank you, Henry. Thank you. Okay, so I'll give you the code now. Okay, so you can just start doing the labs, whatever labs are remaining, you can do that. And once the labs are done, take up the, you can take up the test. Yeah, a small test is there. You can take up that. And finally, you need to fill up the survey and then you need to generate the certificate, right? So now I'm going to paste the code for the certificate. Just copy paste this code. Okay. Yeah. So I have put it in the chat box, guys. Please make a note of it. Okay. So you need to type Cortex XDR, Cortex XDR analyst certificate. Okay. Don't put the codes. Only whatever is there inside the codes, just copy paste that one. Okay. And you will be able to generate the certificate. And once done, please let me know. And then we'll be able to wind up the meeting. Okay. So yeah, guys, please go ahead. Please start doing the labs. And if any issues, please let me know. We'll sort it out. Okay. Thank you. And once you complete everything, please update in the chat box. I also need to update your attendance. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Excellent, Kim. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was good handling the session for you. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Thank you. Excellent, Doug. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you soon. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much for attending the course. It was great teaching you guys. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Take care. Yeah. Bye, Doug. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Jai. Thank you. Thank you so much. Vandai, thank you. Have a good weekend. Yeah. Take care. Thank you for attending the course. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Take care. Yeah. Bye. Thank you. Yeah, excellent then. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you so much for attending the course. Yeah, thank you. Take care. Bye. Yeah, thank you, Kwan. Thank you. Take care. Have a good weekend, you too. Thank you for attending the course. Take care.
Hello, Arun. Hello.
Yes.
I tried the following the guidance point number lab 5.2 forensics
Mm-hmm.
section and uh, module number 5.2.3 trike. When I click the case and issue and click issues is get message is this part of the app is not available. This
Uh,
is
on which lab?
5.2.1.
5 point.
5.2.1.
Okay.
When I
Uh,
click the issue in the tab case
okay.
and issue.
Just a moment. Can you share your screen? Let's see.
Yeah, sure. I will share my screen. I am following this section. This
Mm,
one,
okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but when I try to the guy,
No, that is 5.1, right? You are in 5.1. You need to do 5.2.
uh, 5.2.1.
Yeah. So the lab, in the lab, go to the lab.
Yeah.
There it is in 5.1.
Oh,
5.1 have you
sorry.
completed?
Yeah, I already completed this
Then
one.
go to the next
Oh,
lesson.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I forget to. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
In this assessment, you will be presented with a scenario that will require you to use your analyst skills to investigate and resolve the issues presented. As part of your investigation, you will need to analyze the details on the screen, choose the right answer from your findings, and then click Submit to move on to the next question. You will be given unlimited attempts to score at least 80%, which is needed for this course to be marked complete. If you don't pass on your first attempt, you can review the questions missed along with the correct answers and retake the assessment until you pass. When you are ready, click Start to begin. The digital threat landscape never sleeps. Suddenly, a high-severity alarm shatters the routine. Case ID 76 explodes onto your dashboard with a severity score of 95, rapidly correlating 21 separate issues into a single alarming incident. The target isn't just any machine, it's Traffic Gen 1008, a key Linux server within the network of Momentum Dynamics, a client who's a leader in advanced technology research. Worse, the assets list shows the root user is involved, indicating the highest level of privilege may have been compromised. The initial alert is for a potentially dangerous tool, but the MITRE ATT&CK widget paints a more sinister picture, immediately highlighting reconnaissance and execution. This isn't just a stray piece of grayware, it's the footprint of an active intruder. Deep in the artifacts list, a script named llm.sh is already flagged as confirmed malware. You are the first line of defense. Your mission is to dive into this case, piece together the story of the intrusion from the initial overview, and arm the incident response team with the critical intelligence they need to contain this threat before it spreads. Your investigation starts now. Congratulations on completing this activity. You can click the button to exit the assessment.
Hey, Arun. Check.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I just want to inform you that I have finished all the tasks and get the certificate. So
Okay.
thank you for all these 5 days, Arun. Really
Okay.
appreciate it.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for attending the course.
Yeah. See you
Uh,
later.
Thank you.
See you
See you.
again.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Take care. Bye. Hello, Henry. So I'll share the code with you. I'll put the code in the chat box. Okay. So yeah, so I have copied the code. Please use this code.
This is Discord for what for?
This is for generating the certificate.
Okay, thank you.
So in your learning center,
Yeah,
once you
learning.
complete all the labs, you'll have the test-like things, small assessment. After that, you need to complete the survey.
Hmm?
Okay, and then you need to generate the certificate. For that, it'll ask you for a code,
Okay,
and this is the code for that. Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
For the lab environment, before, how long the lab is available?
So this analyst lab will be available for 1 week.
Or analyst lab for 1 week, but
Yeah.
for
Engineer lab,
before
that I think it will expire tomorrow. One more day, I think it is. The validity is
one
one
more
more day.
day,
Yeah.
is it possible to extend?
I know, sorry. It is given by Palo Alto. I don't have any,
Oh,
options.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good weekend. Thank you for attending the course. All the best. Thank you.